for granted by the Conservatives. They want to see the back of this government, and I think the voters of Somerton and Frome are sending a message on behalf of the country tonight to Rishi Sunak, and he could be the first Conservative Prime Minister in history to lose 3 by-elections in one night.
Well, last time it happened was in 1968, in fact, in Wilson government. And in fact, then the Tories did go on to win the next election in 1970. But we'll get in to all of those issues throughout the night because we have plenty of time. In a moment, we will, as I said, go to all of the counts. But first, let's remind ourselves how we got here.
These by-elections were triggered by the resignations of 3 Conservative MPs last month. First, Boris Johnson.
There was no party, no COVID rules were broken.
The Privileges Committee is to decide whether or not Mr Johnson misled the House of Commons.
When he found out he'd likely be getting a lengthy suspension for lying to MPs, he waved goodbye to Parliament.
Boris Johnson is going to stand down as an MP.
Then, the next day,
another Conservative MP has announced that he is resigning.
Nigel Adams, a close Johnson ally, quit after a row about whether he was going to be given a peerage. Then, a third.
The Conservative MP, David Warburton, says he is resigning his seat.
He'd been suspended last year after allegations of misconduct. He's since admitted taking drugs, but an investigation into claims of sexual harassment has been dropped. Labour and the Lib Dems have made winning by-elections a recent habit. And with a general election looming next year, a triple loss for the Conservatives will be seen as a warning sign of tricky times ahead for Rishi Sunak.
Whistle-stop tour there of the high drama recently at Westminster. Let's go to the counts, as I promised. In a moment, we're going to hear from my colleagues in North Yorkshire and Somerset. But before that, Sean Leigh, who's in Boris Johnson's old seat of Uxbridge and South Ruislip. And Sean, the counting has begun in earnest.
It certainly has. Good morning to you, Joe, and to your guests there in the studio. We are at the Queensmead Sports Centre in the London Borough of Hillingdon. We're on the very edge of London, to the west of London, close to the Chiltern Hills. This is the old Metro land that Sir John Betjeman wrote so eloquently about. That area that was developed thanks to the coming of the London Underground, the Metropolitan line, which stretches out into the constituency of Hillingdon, of Uxbridge and South Ruislip, which is part of the London Borough of Hillingdon. The constituency is a little bit younger than it used to be, a reflection of the fact that many workers have moved out here, particularly, of course, after the COVID pandemic and the opportunity to work from home. It is made up of really kind of leafier villages, small towns, and then Uxbridge itself. Not really Towerbrook territory at all. Tory territory. Boris Johnson's majority of more than 7,000 over Labour at the last election. The counting has been going on now for about 20 minutes. All the ballot boxes were back by 11 o'clock. They set up a kind of single snaking S-shaped layout for the 107 counters who are diligently working through the votes. I have to say, though, we have 17 candidates, 1 or 2 very prominent figures here tonight. Lawrence Fox, the actor from the Reclaim Party. Piers Corbyn, who is Jeremy Corbyn's brother, is also a candidate for a smaller party during this contest. And we are going to, however, I think with 17 candidates in all, going to face a very long night. Might not be a result until 3 o'clock, which is why I've come prepared. I'm sure that Jenny Kumar is also prepared down in Somerton and Frome in Somerset.
Thanks, Sean. Well, welcome to the Bath and West Showground. We're in a building called the Showering Pavilion, which is a building that's normally used to rate animals, but tonight it's here for a very different kind of contest. Now, this is a large rural constituency. The last ballot box arrived just about 10 minutes before we came on air. Around 100 people will be counting. They've all gone for a break now, but in the middle over there, you can see all the votes have been verified and they're there now ready to be counted. We're expecting a result at around 4 a.m. Now, in terms of the main runners and riders, there's 8 candidates, but this is really a contest between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. A huge Conservative majority to overturn here. 19,000 was the majority of the former Conservative MP, but the Liberal Democrats are very confident tonight. In fact, one source has told me, we've not just won, we've romped home. The Conservative vote is in free fall. In contrast, the Conservatives here have been very muted. They say it's far too early to respond to that. Now, this area has traditionally flipped between Conservatives and the Lib Dems. The last Lib Dem MP was David Heath. He lost his seat in the 2015 general election when many Lib Dems lost their seats after years in the coalition government. And across the southwest here, the Lib Dems were wiped out. But in recent years, there have been signs of recovery. There was that win last year. The Lib Dems took took control of what was a Conservative council, and also there was that seismic by-election win in Devon when they overturned a majority of 24,000 in Tiverton and Honiton. The Lib Dems confident they can produce a similar performance tonight. So that's the picture here. Now to my colleague David Wallace-Lockhart in Selby.
Yes, welcome to Selby Leisure Centre, where the count for the North Yorkshire seat of Selby and Ainsty is taking place. A 20,000 plus majority, that's what the Conservatives are defending here tonight. It's Labour who are looking to take the seat. Both sides saying at this point that things are looking close. Now, if Labour was to win, that would represent the biggest majority they'd ever have managed to overturn in a by-election, so potentially something historic there, and something that you would think would suggest to Sir Keir Starmer that he's doing something right in terms of winning seats that may see him get to Downing Street at some point. Now, in a general election, Labour could actually win a majority without even winning in seats like this. It's not a key target for them. Now, if the Conservatives do manage to hold on here, that would enable Rishi Sunak to avoid an embarrassing defeat in a seat not far from his own North Yorkshire constituency. There are 13 candidates on the ballot paper here. It's a rural constituency. Some of the votes have had to travel some distance to get here to the count. The last boxes arriving in the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so, counting underway. But those two factors combined, big rural constituency, lots of candidates, could mean we're in for quite a long night of counting, Joe.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, we've got coffee already stacked up in front of us. So that's the scene at the three counts at this point of the night. Let me just get an opening thought from both our journalists. Natasha, first of all, what headline do you think you'll be writing at the end of this?
I think at the moment it's obviously a very mixed picture because we've got three really, really different constituencies, and I think that's going to be really interesting I think it will give basically everybody a chance to say we've won, we've lost. Obviously, apart from if the Conservatives don't hold on to any of them, in which case obviously it's a bad night for Rishi Sunak. However, obviously, you know, it's already baked in essentially that the Conservatives are going to, you know, do probably not so well tonight. So I think it's all a lot about what Keir Starmer and how much that majority, how much that swing, how much that vote share increases, and that really, whether that puts him on course for Downing Street or not.
John?
I think that if the Tories do end up losing all three of those seats, then you cannot get away from it is a Tory bloodbath. And Rishi Sunak took over 9 months ago, and rather than turning things around, things are just getting worse and worse. And clearly the message you're going to hear from the Labour side over and over again, if they do manage to win that seat in Selby, is we're on our way to Downing Street, we're on our way to getting a majority.
Well, I'm delighted to say that Professor Sir John Curtis from Strathclyde University will be with us through the night from our newsroom here in Westminster. Hello to you, John. First of all, a bit of a scene setter. How big a night is this politically?
Well, it's an important night, because, as you pointed out earlier, it's over 10 years since we've had three by-elections on the same day. But they're taking place at a time when the government is a long way behind Labour in the polls, 18 points behind, and when the progress that the party had seemed to be making in perhaps beginning to narrow that lead a bit, a lead that was essentially a consequence of the demise of the Liz Truss administration, that progress had seemed to be stalled and, if anything, had gone backwards a bit. So we're therefore looking really for evidence that what the opinion polls are telling us, which is that Labour at the moment are so far ahead, they look as though they've got a very good chance of winning a general election. Well, are those figures being replicated in the performance in these by-elections? And so that's why this matters. It's another pointer on the story of, are we perhaps looking at the prospect of a change of government at the next general election?
We'll discuss that, of course, throughout the night. Let's just show our viewers the majorities that the Conservatives are defending here from 2019. Uxbridge and South Ruislip, where Boris Johnson was the MP, just over 7,000. In Somerton and Frome in Somerset, just over 19,000. And in North Yorkshire, Selby and Ainsty, just over 20,000. Make sense of that for us in context, John.
Well, perhaps one way of looking at this is to remind ourselves that that 18-point lead that Labour currently have in the opinion polls is the equivalent of a 15% swing from Conservative to Labour. Now, in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, the swing required for Labour to win is only 7.5%. In other words, it's half the national swing. Now, even allowing for possible local factors like this is a seat where Labour already made relative progress in 2017 and 2019 as compared with the national performance, given the row about the extension of the low emission zone. Even so, this is frankly a constituency that Labour ought to win. It is indeed a constituency that was on everybody's list of seats that Labour ought to be winning if they were going to win a majority at the next general election. In contrast, the other contest where Labour are the principal challengers to the Conservatives, Selby in North Yorkshire, it's very, very different. Here the swing required is 18%, so it's more than the national swing in the polls, though not that much more. It's certainly true that Labour have never overturned a majority of the size that the Conservatives currently have in Selby in a by-election, although it is the case that in the 92 to 97 Parliament, Labour did secure swings of more than 18% in a couple of occasions, including in Dudley West in 1994, a 29% swing from the Conservatives. So the swing required for Labour to win in Selby is substantial, but it's not unprecedented. The third contest in Somerton and Frome, a very different beast. Labour have not been second in this area since 1970. But it is a constituency that the Liberal Democrats held between 1997 and 2015. They've long been anticipating a by-election in this seat, so they've been campaigning for a long time. And given those circumstances, and given that the swing required, around 15%, is less than what the party has achieved in Tiverton and Hollington, not that far away, or indeed in their other two by-election gains in this Parliament, there is therefore a widespread expectation, although we've had no polls in the constituency, that the Liberal Democrats might succeed in picking it up.
John Curtis there, thank you very much for the moment. We'll come back to you shortly. Let's pick up on some of the issues raised there with the panel. Let's have a look, first of all, at the Labour swings that are necessary. You can see here Uxbridge and South Ruislip, as John was saying, 7.5% required. On paper, that looks very doable. Selby and Ainsty, much more tricky on 17.9%. And as John Curtis was saying, that would be pretty historic, a swing of that size, because we can see some of the recent by-elections which Labour have held and won. And you can see the highest they've actually made in terms of swing is 13.6%. So if they win that, that really will be a sign, certainly of success tonight in terms of by-elections. We'll discuss further what it means in terms of a general election. Let's have a look at Somerton and Frome and the Liberal Democrat swing there and what's required. You can see it would need a 14.8% swing, still pretty sizable, but we've already heard from Munira Wilson, the Liberal Democrat MP, that she is pretty confident that they've actually smashed that. And perhaps unsurprisingly, because if we look at some of the recent by-elections that the Liberal Democrats have won, the swings have been even bigger, right up to 34.2%. So 14.8% shouldn't really be that difficult for them. How are you feeling just at the moment now, Stephen, having listened to all of that?
Well, much the same as I was when I spoke to you about 20 minutes ago. This is going to be a difficult night. We fought these by-elections very hard. I've been on the ground in Uxbridge almost all of the day. And what I hear from a lot of our voters is that they were going out today, that there wasn't any enthusiasm for Keir Starmer on the doorsteps at all.
But they're fed up with the Conservatives.
No, I mean, the surprise to me was that quite often, I have done some of those other by-elections, that people say, we're not going to give you a chance this time, but because it's a by-election, not a general election. But on the doorsteps today, they were going out and they were voting.
Right, but Rishi Sunak said when he made his 5 pledges, he was going to turn things around. He was going to set a different standard for the Conservatives. On the basis of all of the polling and everything we've discussed, he just hasn't managed it, has it?
Well, it's very, very early. He's made those pledges 6 months ago. You've already seen this week good news, better than expected news on inflation. You've seen...
But nowhere near halving it, which is his pledge.
Well, hold on. It wasn't I was going to do that in 3 months, was it? It was I was going to do it by the end of the year. And he has made a big step forward on his promise about stopping the Bates this week. And so you're starting to see him delivering. And over the next few months, what we need to do as the Conservative Party is focus on those pledges, because they're what the people want to see us do. And we need people know that Rishi Sunak is a Prime Minister who they can trust in.
Right. I mean, the problem for Labour, Thangham, is, as Stephen has said, that there just isn't overwhelming enthusiasm for Keir Starmer himself. The poll ratings, his personal approval ratings, say as much. And in terms of what people are saying on the doorstep, they may want to give the Tories a good kicking, but they're still not in love with Labour.
Well, let's think where we've come from. I mean, in the last 4 years since the 2019 general election, which, to be honest, was not good for us, I think that's no secret, Keir Starmer has turned the Labour Party around. We are now getting a hearing from the British people. When I've been knocking on doors, they are very fed up with Stephen's party. They know that they've been let down. They know what the impact of last year's terrible Tory budget was. And it's no good Rishi Sunak trying to distance himself from the fact when people's mortgages are going up, their rent is going up, inflation, the rate of inflation may have gone down, but it's still inflation. Prices are still going up. Food inflation is in the teens. Food inflation for people who are on really modest means is really causing them problems. And so with the pressure that they're under, it's no wonder that they're fed up with the Tories, who don't seem to be offering them a solution. And I noticed as well that Rishi Sunak had written a letter to the voters of Selby and Ainsty in which he said, let's turn the page on the chaos. Well, whose chaos was it? It was Tory chaos.
Stephen?
It was Tory chaos that they're suffering from. I mean, the last year's been an absolute
so
circus.
are we suggesting that there hasn't been a war in Ukraine? Are we suggesting that there hasn't been
just that there's been chaos?
No, but the key reason why we have inflation in this country is because we've got external factors. Now, there are some domestic factors.
The budget did nothing.
But the whole point was, surely, that we know that if you look across the countries of Europe, inflation numbers are very similar. I mean, and so I just say that I think, yes, of course there's inflation. And yes, of course we understand people have problems and are feeling, quite rightly, they are feeling real pain about this. But what
who do they blame? Who do they blame if the Conservatives have been in power for 13 years?
Well, of course, at the moment, we are on the focus. But that's why Rishi Sunak's priority is to reduce inflation, because inflation is the cost of living. And bringing that down is key to the future. It's key to if we make those promises, then people can start to have trust.
But Stephen, you make those comparisons with other countries, and you know that across Europe, yes, there may be inflation, but mortgages are nothing like. They've not shot up in the way they have in this country. And you also know that was a direct result.
Well, we are going to have a lot of long
budget.
Let me just briefly go to Munira, because Munira, you're very confident. You think you have romped home in Somerton and Frome. But yet, nationally, Liberal Democrats are still polling at around 11%.
Well, the issue with the national polls is they don't pick up our strengths in certain areas on the ground. I mean, we're a smaller party. We target certain constituencies.
Absolutely.
For instance, Stephen's constituency in Wimbledon, where we're only 628 votes behind. I'm sure if you looked at the polling there, it would look quite different to what it is on a national scale. So we've got our target seats. We're working hard on the ground. And so what you see in these by-elections where we have these massive swings is where we're focused, we're winning votes, because they're areas where, frankly, Labour can't win, and people are fed up of the Conservatives taking them for granted. They see the Liberal Democrats, they see brilliant candidates like Sarah Dyke, local in her community from a farming background, listening to people about their concerns about mortgages skyrocketing, about not being able to access an NHS dentist or a GP, and campaigning on the issues that they care about and putting forward solutions that resonate with voters.
What about the state of the parties, particularly looking at the Conservatives and the Labour Party? How important do you think this is going to be psychologically a year out, perhaps, from a general election?
I think that you're going to end up with Tory MPs panicking if you start to see seats like Selby, which is fairly rural. It isn't a seat that Labour's ever held in its form as it is. And you look at, there's a lot of Tory MPs with quite big majorities now who are starting to worry. You speak to some Tory MPs and it's almost like they're working through the different kind of stages of grief already, that they're almost resigned to losing their seats. And I think this will make that a lot worse.
What do you think? I mean, no one's going to get rid of Rishi Sunak at this stage, are they? However bad tonight is.
Yeah, I don't think Rishi Sunak is in any danger of facing any imminent leadership challenge. I think we've seen enough of the chaos of that over the past year or so. I don't think he is at risk. But what is MPs will start asking, and they already are asking questions, is when is this sort of message of hope coming? When are you going to put across your vision about what the country is going to look like under a Rishi Sunak government if you do win the next election? And obviously, you know, his focus for the past sort of 6 months has been on trying to clean up the mess left by the sort of last governments. But you know, he needs to start putting across his message about how he would do things differently and really distance himself from Boris Johnson, from the last government, and also from Labour.
Let's go back to Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Sean Lay is there. Sean, how's it looking? How's it shaping up?
It's shaping up to be a very close contest. That is what both the Conservatives, who held the seat coming into this by-election, and Labour, who want to take the seat, are both saying. We'll hear, as it were, from the horse's mouth. Steve Reid is the Shadow Justice Secretary. He's the campaigning lead for this particular by-election. You're in the wrong part of London, aren't you? Because you're a former council leader from South London. You now represent Croydon down in South London. Here you are over in the northwest. What's your take on what's been happening in this campaign?
Well, you know, there's something sort of bracingly immediate about a by-election compared to parliamentary politics. And I think it's very good for politicians of, you know, whatever stripe to be out here speaking to so many voters, but because they don't hold back from telling you what the issues are that matter to them. And by far the top issue in this by-election has been the cost of living. You know, people are still seeing food prices going up by 17% in the shops. People's mortgages are going through the roof. We've got over 10,000 families in this constituency who have seen their mortgage repayments go up by over £5,000 a year. Up by, that's not the total amount, they've gone up by that much. And they're just absolutely flabbergasted at where they're expected to find this, this money from. And the reason it's happening, of course, is because last autumn, the Conservative government crashed the economy with their mini-budget, sent interest rates shooting.
Yes. A lot of other international factors that are at play here, aren't they?
Well, we got it worse.
Rising energy prices and food costs because of the war in Ukraine. But what about specific local issues? The one that people, certainly the Conservatives, are talking about is the ULEZ. Indeed, we've got two independent candidates, both running against the ultra-low emission zone. It's a policy of the Labour Mayor of London. It's a policy the Labour candidate, Danny Beales, has had to say, well, actually, I think it's a very good policy, but not right now. I mean, you're in a very difficult situation over this.
Well, you know, the Conservatives have been desperate through this campaign to ignore the cost of living crisis that their economic chaos has created.
And you're desperate about not to talk about ULEZ, don't you?
Well, but it's not on the ballot. The thing that people have been coming back to me on the doorstep with about is the cost of living crisis. And yet you've got the candidate of the governing party, been in power for 13 years, who's got nothing at all to say about it.
Steve, I'm very sorry. We've got some sound problems. We'll try and get them sorted. We'll come back during the course of tonight. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks very much, Sean. And actually, let's pick up on one of the things Steve Reid was talking about, and that, of course, is the cost of living. Look at the key issues for voters, not just in the seats that we're looking at this evening, but right across the UK. Unsurprisingly, 61% obviously concerned about the economy, followed by health, immigration, the environment and housing. Do you think people will feel richer or poorer at the next general election than they were 13 years ago, Stephen?
Well, that depends on where we are in the economy this time next year. But the key point here is that Rishi Sunak has set out his 5 priorities, and 3 of those directly address the voters' major concern. So it shows that he has quite rightly identified those concerns.
He's identified them, he hasn't delivered on any of them.
Well, he is delivering on those, as we've already pointed out.
Well, you say he's delivering on them. Let's have a look at the target of inflation. It did fall more, actually, than was perhaps expected, but that's because it had been stuck at over 8.5%. So it's come down to 7.9%. And his target is to halve it to around 5%, as you rightly say, by the end of the year. But that means prices are still rising at an incredibly high rate. There are a couple of things that are falling, but in the main, most prices are still rising, albeit at a slightly slower rate. and you're going to be punished for that at the ballot box.
Well, the key thing is to make sure we do meet that target of 5%. And you and I know that the Bank of England, who are the main mover of interest rates, because that's what their job is, what the effect of what they do takes 6 to 9 months to move through the economy. So it's hardly surprising that after we've seen some rises last year, we're starting to see them the rate of inflation come down. Highly likely that you'll see that rate fall quite dramatically through the second half of this year.
Right, but
and then you're going to see mortgage rates, as they've already done, start to come down a little bit this week.
They've come down a fraction, and they've already gone up by a substantial amount.
But they've come down.
Keir Starmer has promised growth. Difficult when inflation is running at the rate that it is at the moment. He's refusing to make any significant spending increases or changes in tax or do anything different, really, to the Conservatives in terms of policy. What sort of vision and hope or difference is there in voting Labour?
Well, I think what Keir set out with the 5 missions is a way of looking at the country that is really ambitious. We have an amazing country full of talented people. One of the issues on here is about climate change and the environment. Now, tackling climate change is not only important because climate change is a clear and present danger, but because if we insulate homes, we bring down bills. We create great jobs in the renewable energy so that we can get to clean technology and clean energy by 2030. We are also helping reduce our energy dependency on other countries, as well as tackling climate change. That's really bold. It's a big change for this country. And I'm really looking forward, Joe, to the time when my great-nephews and great-nieces in the middle of this century can say it was the Keir Starmer's Labour government that took this country into a net zero economy with the great jobs in renewable energy, in digital and tech, in artificial intelligence that will transform the way we live our lives.
I mean, it is interesting, though, isn't it, John, when we've just heard over the past few weeks that actually Labour won't start to make that big investment, £28 billion a year in climate change policies, perhaps until 2 years into a Labour government if they win, if the general election is next year, and saying no to any future oil and gas licences wouldn't actually happen again until and if they win power.
Yeah, and I think that it's clearly a tricky area for Labour with the £28 billion. They have had to slightly change when they will have to do that. But the reason they've had to do that is because of this state the economy's in and because interest rates have gone up. And they don't want to repeat the mistakes of what the Tories did last year with all these unfunded spending commitments, which sent the economy into the mess that it's in.
Right, and in terms of the hope, the vision you were talking about, Natasha, do Tory MPs still, many of them, hope for tax cuts?
Yeah, definitely. I think they definitely would want to see that as a pre-election giveaway. Whether or not it will make a lot of difference, obviously, when we've seen so many people's mortgages go up and the cost of living and inflation is a different matter. But Rishi Sunak, I'm sure, is still thinking about his sort of plan for the next 6 to 8 months and what that looks like. And before going into general election, yeah, he's going to have to offer something to his backbenchers that they keep calling for, and he keeps putting it off.
But voters aren't stupid. They've seen that the last few years, with Rishi Sunak as Chancellor and Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister, taxes have gone up and up and up. And if at the last minute he suddenly says, after putting them up for the last few years, I'm going to put them down if you bring me back in, voters aren't going to buy that. They're not going to vote for that.
Stephen, are you in favour of tax cuts before the election?
Like every Conservative, I believe in lower taxes. But what I do believe is the priorities that Rishi has set out, which is that you've got to bring down inflation, halve inflation, you've got to grow the economy, and you've got to pay down debt. Tax cuts are part of the Tory philosophy, but so is fiscal public finances. And getting that right first is the key, and that's why he's identified that. Yeah, and to John's point, yes, of course, taxes have gone up. That's because we've had an international crisis called the pandemic. Are we serious? Are we seriously saying that this country, this government, shouldn't have supported people through that, and therefore, inevitably, we spent more money? We made an investment in the future.
Stephen, like the last election, you stood and promised that you were going to keep national insurance at the level it was, that it wasn't going to rise, and you broke that promise. So why should anyone believe anything you say on tax at the next election?
Well, that was, John, as you and I both know, that was an extraordinary circumstance, and therefore, if we could have, if you'd kept to that, all sorts of things, people would have lost their jobs, people would have lost their homes. And actually, this was an investment by this government in the future.
On the NI thing now.
And therefore, it's absolutely key that over the next few months we concentrate on what's been set out.
Right, but you can no longer claim to be the party of low taxes.
we can claim that, of course, that's where we want to go, that's where we want the economy to go, and we pointed out the reason why it's not there at the moment.
Right, I mean, Munira, in terms of the economy, you would like to see taxes go up, would you, for further investment in public services?
Well, look, as a Liberal Democrat, and can I say Liberal Democrats in government, we were the ones who fought for people to be lifted out of income tax and having the income tax thresholds raised. Well, it was the front page of our manifesto in 2010.
George Osborne set it out.
It was.
You followed it afterwards.
No. It was a Liberal Democrat commitment which we made good on in government and forced you into. So let's not forget that. Liberal Democrats always believe that people should keep more of their money if they can.
But do you want to highlight your record in coalition?
But we also believe in strong public services. And you have to look at the NHS at the moment, which is on its knees with record waiting lists. People can't access GPs and dentists. You look at schools are struggling, making cuts, laying off staff, asking parents to buy the essentials. So the way things are at the moment, it's difficult to see how you could make tax cuts and keep funding public services in the way that they need to be. But obviously, everybody, I think, would like to see people keep more of their money. But we know that we should be taxing oil and gas companies more. The windfall tax is full of loopholes. It could be raising far more money. This Conservative government has cut taxes for bankers. The banker surcharge has been cut. We would certainly reverse that and look at closing loopholes and things like capital gains tax. Right. Those are the people who should be paying more tax to be funding our public services and supporting people in a cost of living crisis.
All right, well, we've talked about the Liberal Democrat programme. Let's go to Somerton and Frome in Somerset and find out from Jenny Kumar how things are shaping up there.
Well, the last ballot box arrived just before midday, and there's about 100 people here that will be verifying and counting the votes. In the centre there, all the votes have been gathered up where they'll be spread out among the tables and verified and counted. We're expecting a result at around 4 a.m, if not before. Now, there's a huge Conservative majority to be overturned here, but the Liberal Democrats are feeling confident that they can do that tonight. So I'm joined by Christine Jardine, the MP for Edinburgh West, the Lib Dem MP. How well do you think you've done?
Oh, we're quite confident that we've won tonight, and we've not just won, we've won decisively, because the Conservative vote appears to have collapsed. So we're confident that we've won tonight and that Sarah Dyke will be the new MP, and she will be a fantastic local champion for Somerton and Frome.
Now, in recent years, you've had a bit of a recovery in the South West. The South West used to be a Lib Dem stronghold. But do you think the party's done enough to change since 2015 to have more of an impact nationally?
Well, what we've seen here is that we've built up from a local level. And if you look at the local council elections across the country, we've been the big winners in the local council elections, which shows that we have got widespread support across the country. And come the general election, we will be targeting those seats where we are confident that we can win. And what we've seen here tonight is a swing of, we don't know yet until we get the final results, but we've seen a swing of at least 15% to win this seat. And there are about 30 seats that it only takes a 10% swing for us to win. So there will be Conservative MPs up and down the country looking over their shoulders now, knowing that the Liberal Democrats can win that seat because they have let the country down. They have allowed the economy to fall apart. In fact, they caused it to fall apart. Mortgages are going through the roof. Inflation is running high. People in this part of the world can't get a GP. Now, that's not acceptable, and that's why people are turning back to us in this part of the world.
There were 8 candidates. Do you think you were helped by the fact that Labour and the Green Party didn't really put up much of a fight here?
This was about people being unhappy with the Conservatives and seeing us as the choice to defeat the Conservatives, to get change. What the Labour Party and the Green Party, I'm sure they ran the best campaigns they can, and it was about us. It was about a straight 2-horse race between us and the Conservatives here. And Sarah ran a fantastic campaign. We've done extremely well, and we're very happy with how it's turned out. And I think going into the general election, we will see that in areas like this, where we are already in a strong position because we're perhaps in second place at the last general election, or we're within 15%, then we have a real chance. And when the voters look at who they're going to vote for, they will see us as the alternative to the Conservatives.
Thank you, Christine Jardine, for speaking to us this evening. It's still early and still got counting to go ahead, so we shall see how the results go.
Thanks, Jenny Kumar there in Somerton and Frome. It is still early, but that's not stopping the Liberal Democrat leader. We can show you this tweet from Sir Ed Davey. I think we're going to need a bigger tractor. Well, there's confidence for you. Let's discuss that with John Curtis. Yes, well, they think they've got it.
They do indeed, and as we've already pointed out earlier this evening, the swing required in Somerton and Frome, although it looks quite substantial at 15%, is less than what the Liberal Democrats have achieved, indeed quite a lot less than what Liberal Democrats have achieved in the 3 by-elections they've picked up before. But I think the interesting debate about Liberal Democrats that's emerged this evening is that when you challenged Munira Wilson earlier about, well, but hang on, you're still only 11% in the opinion polls, the reply was, but we're focusing on particular constituencies. And I think Christine Jardine has just repeated that line in her interview from Somerton. And I think that does indicate that while, sure, the Liberal Democrats are hoping to profit from Conservative misfortune in those places where they start off second, the party isn't still really thinking of itself as a party that's capable of getting back to the kind of 20% level that it regularly enjoyed before the collapse of its support in the 2015 general election, and getting back up to around 60 MPs, which again is what they previously enjoyed. This is a party that's still perhaps hoping to begin a recovery in certain seats in order to increase its parliamentary representation, but not a party whose ambition is as yet one that matches trying to achieve the kinds of things it achieved under the leadership of Paddy Ashdown and Charles Kennedy.
John, can I put a phrase to you that's being talked about, which is long Boris, which sounds uncomfortable, I suppose, to some extent. I mean, how much can we put whatever happens tonight at the door of the former Prime Minister in terms of the Tories' electoral performance rather than Rishi Sunak?
Well, it is worth reminding ourselves that this has been a rather peculiar parliament. For the first 2 years after the Conservatives' victory in 2019, the Conservatives were never consistently behind Labour in the polls. When did they first become behind Labour in the polls and have always been behind since? When the first revelations about Partygate appeared at the beginning of December 2021. And the truth is that the question of the ethics of Boris Johnson and more broadly of the party that made him their leader is still hanging over the party. And I think we've seen that in recent weeks. Remember the 15th of June. Why does the 15th of June matter? It matters because that's the day that the Privileges Committee report concluding that Mr Johnson had indeed misled the House over some of the statements he made about Partygate. And the Conservative Party collectively did not fall him behind that decision. MPs were allowed to do what they did. About 100 did vote for it, but many didn't, including the Prime Minister. Much of the progress that the Conservatives had managed to achieve in recent weeks in narrowing Labour's lead has been lost in the wake of that. Basically, Labour's lead has gone back up from about 15 points to 18 points in the wake of that collective failure of the Conservative Party to take the opportunity to distance itself from Boris Johnson. And therefore, as a result, I think we've seen that what we might call the ethical issue, which is the first issue that caused the Conservatives trouble. Obviously, the economy is the second one, but the ethical issue is still hanging over the party.
So, John Curtis, thank you very much. We'll come back to you soon, later on in the evening. Just briefly, before we go to Selby and Ainsty, I mean, listening to that, should Rishi Sunak and the government have embraced that report, distanced themselves fully from Boris Johnson and the verdict of the Privileges Committee report?
Well, Joe, you're a very experienced political reporter and commentator, and you know very well that House matters are House matters, and generally it's a free vote.
There's also something called leadership, isn't there?
There is, and Rishi Sunak, I think, is now providing that leadership for the Conservative Party. I and well over 100 of my colleagues voted to support that report because it's the right thing to do, and you and I know that I think that it's absolutely right that Rishi Sunak is putting down a different style of leadership with integrity and identifying the priorities of this country.
All right, let's go to David Wallace-Lockhart at Selby and Ainsty. David, everyone looking busy behind you there.
Yes, Joe, that's right. So remember, a 20,000 plus majority being defended by the Conservatives here, but Labour do think they are in with a shot of taking this seat. Now, the votes have been verified, and what's taking place behind me here quite rapidly is actually the counting of the votes. But at this point, we're trying to get a feel for what's going on, how it's looking for the parties, and I'm glad to say we are joined by Andrew Jones, Conservative MP for the seat next door. Andrew, how do you think tonight's going to go?
I think tonight will be close. It's still early days. We've only just had the verification. We don't yet have the turnout data. And just looking around, it's very hard to get any indication because there are so many candidates. But my gut feel is it will be close.
20,000 plus majority, it should be a solidly safe blue Conservative seat, shouldn't it?
Well, by-elections are difficult territory. They're particularly difficult for sitting governments when you've been in power for a considerable period of time, which we have. And also, I think you need to remember this is a very local by-election. I've been attending by-elections now for some decades, and this feels quite different to others I've attended. And that difference is how local this is, and the local factor is the causal one here. So I think people are feeling disappointed with their previous MP standing down, walking away.
So let's just remind people, that was Nigel Adams who stood down. There was speculation he'd be on Boris Johnson's honours list. He wasn't. He stood down very quickly after that. Do you think people here feel disappointed with him?
Certainly, that is the feedback I have had on the doorsteps, and that's, I think, been quite widely held view. And I think that will depress the turnout a little bit. So there is a big local factor in play here.
Do you feel disappointed with him, one of your Conservative colleagues, leaving his seat in the middle of a cost of living crisis?
Yes, I do. I haven't spoken to him. I haven't seen Nigel since he stood down, but we came in together in 2010. He's done very well building the majority up. He's been a popular figure in Parliament, so this was a surprise and a disappointment.
I think one of the other candidates there just having a bit of a dig at you. Is that the sort of popularity the Conservative Party are feeling at the moment in this sort of area? Is there a bit of hostility towards the party?
Well, I haven't really picked that on the doorsteps, no. In fact, it's been quite friendly on the doorsteps. But I think the factors that have been really most prominent have been that local causal factor and also concern about the economy.
And is that an area where you're making enough progress? Because it does feel like the economic data slightly improved this week in terms of inflation, but perhaps not falling as fast as you wanted. And are you being hit on the doorstep because of that?
Well, I think people have endured a considerable period of time. We're talking 3.5 years of COVID and then the war. And I think people know that we have had huge international events. Plague and war have always decimated economies. They're frustrated. They want things to come to an end. They want to see that the government has been on their side, which I think they have. They've clearly seen that in the COVID support and in the energy support. But they want some of the uncertainty to come to an end.
Now, a phrase that's been cropping up recently, and some Conservative sources talking about it, is the idea of long Boris, is of people perhaps not happy with the performance of him as Prime Minister and perhaps, Liz Truss's tenure as Prime Minister as well. Is that still hurting the Conservative Party in seats like Selby and Ainsty?
Well, I think the political challenges that we have had, all of the upheavals, will have had some impact. But I have to say the word Boris has not really been on the lips of the doorsteps that I have been visiting this campaign. But I think the impact really of the resignation and the economy, those are the two things which have been consistent. It's actually been quite a policy-light by-election.
Now, if the Conservatives were to lose all 3 seats tonight, that would be the first time a government has lost 3 by-elections in one night since 1968. If that happens, does Rishi Sunak just get to carry on as normal, or does something have to change at the top of the party?
Well, Rishi must carry on as normal because he is solving the problems, but it is a long, hard slog. I think the 5 pledges that he set have been right. I think that those have chimed with my constituents. That certainly seems to be the case in the inbox. My emails have reflected that. But this has been a policy-light by-election, but I have no doubt at all that if we were drilling into policy, those would be quite correct. But it has been a long, hard slog. People are feeling tired. They want to see some light at the end of the tunnel. in terms of what does that mean in policy, well, I think Rishi is right. This is all about delivery, and I think we will hear more from Rishi in the autumn about vision for the future.
And Andrew Jones, I'm going to put you on the spot, live television, by-election special. Are the Conservative Party going to hold on to Selby and Ainsty tonight?
I can't answer that because we don't know. I sincerely hope so, of course. You know, we always enter, everybody always travels, hopefully, in the world of politics. But this is very difficult times, so I hope so. We've certainly fought a good campaign and we've had an excellent candidate.
Right. Thank you very much for joining us, Andrew Jones. Appreciate that. Well, a 20,000 majority here for the Conservatives in Selby and Ainsty, but uncertainty with figures in the party regarding whether or not they can hold on to this North Yorkshire seat. Not actually too far from the Prime Minister's own constituency. Counting underway, but 13 candidates on the ballot paper here, so could be quite a lot of counting ahead of us, and perhaps quite a late or early finish, depending on how you look at it tomorrow morning.
Thank you, David. Good try there to try and get a prediction there of the outcome. I'll try it with you, Stephen. Are you going to hold Selby and Ainsty or lose it?
It's going to be very close.
Generally,
between the Conservatives and the Labour.
And do you think the Conservatives will hold in the end?
I certainly hope that, obviously, Joe. I'm told it's also very competitive at Uxbridge as well, so we'll see that as well.
Is one of the problems the rather abrupt nature with which Nigel Adams departed or announced that he was resigning after Boris Johnson quit, and the Privileges Committee report was published, and it was clear that Nigel Adams wasn't necessarily going to be on the honours list?
I personally, as Andrew has said, I hear from all of my colleagues that it's one of the biggest, if not the biggest issue on the doorsteps in Selby. I don't think Nigel should have quit. It's irresponsible to have done so.
Yes, all right. Well, before we get to the news, the turnout. We have a couple of figures, actually, Natasha and John. In Uxbridge and South Ruislip, 46%, and in Somerton and Frome, 44%. Healthy?
I think that's slightly more than we usually expect in a by-election. We would usually expect it to be a little less. So maybe the prominence of having all three on one day, and obviously, you know, media sort of speculation about it, maybe that has upped it slightly. And obviously, you know, the worry for the Tories going into this was that their voters would stay home. So I think the fact that the turnout is slightly up, I would say, is probably a good thing with the Conservatives.
Oh, do you agree with that?
Yeah, and I think if the same is the case in Selby, then I think it's going to be a really difficult task for the Labour Party. If they take Selby, that will be the safest Tory seat the Labour Party have taken in a by-election since the 1930s. So that is a massive hill to climb. And if there's a big turnout, that will make that even harder.
Right. I mean, obviously, as we've heard, all the parties have been working very hard in these by-elections. But it is pretty well the summer holidays. You might have thought people would have been away, Natasha.
Well, yes, but I think, you know, obviously there's been a little bit less parliamentary business than I think some Conservative MPs might have sort of hoped for a couple of weeks and months ago. So a lot of them have been slipping off to campaign hard in these by-elections and have been allowed to do so for a few weeks. But obviously, you know, the Conservatives are at a disadvantage in places like Selby, where they weren't expecting these by-elections to take place. You know, and candidates in other areas have been campaigning out there for far longer, so they're on the back foot in some of these.
National issues or local issues?
I think it is a bit of a mixture. I think it's particularly in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, as we've talked about, ULEZ has been a particular problem.
Yes, we'll talk about that in a bit more detail too. At this point, just before we go to the news, I'd like to thank Stephen Hammond for being our guest for the first hour, because you're going to leave us in a few minutes' time. But just to say that you are watching a BBC News by-election results programme with me, Jo Coburn. We are hoping to get some results in the next few hours by 3 o'clock in the morning. But before we come back to the studio, let's go to the news with Nikki Schiller.
Thanks, Joe. As you've been saying, votes continue to be counted in the three by-elections that were triggered by the resignation of sitting Conservative MPs. Labour are hoping to win in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, Boris Johnson's old seat. Our team on the ground are hearing they think they might declare around 3 a.m. Labour also want to take Selby and Ainsty. The Labour Party chairwoman, Annalise Dawes, says for them to win it would require significant swings in their favour.
Have a situation here of three constituencies that have never returned a Labour MP. You know, if Labour were to win in Uxbridge, then that would require a bigger swing than we even had in the 97 landslide election. If we win in Selby and Ainsty, it would require the biggest swing to Labour ever in a by-election. So these are incredibly challenging elections for Labour. But I think whatever the result, one thing's very clear, and it's been clear to me when I've been speaking with people on the doorstep, that there will be people in this election who will be voting Labour for the first time. They can see that Keir Starmer has turned the Labour Party around, that the Labour Party is in the service of working people, and I think that will definitely be the case, whatever the eventual result from these by-elections.
Conservative MP Andrew Jones for the neighbouring constituency to Selby and Ainsty of Harrogate and Knaresborough says he thinks the result there is going to be very close.
Obviously, we're defending a big majority. We all know what the numbers are. But obviously as well, this has been a period of extreme political turbulence, and anything can happen in a by-election. It's mid-term, so that's going to be quite problematic as well. But who knows? So we think it'll be close. I've been out with the local candidate, a lady called Claire Holmes, the Conservative candidate. It's felt quite good on the doorsteps, but we're in strange times.
It's hours until a result is officially declared, but a Liberal Democrat spokesman has already claimed victory in Somerton and Frome, saying they have romped home. Christine Jardine, the party's spokesperson for Women and Equalities, is at the count.
What we've seen in Somerton and Frome is that people who voted Conservatives all their lives are fed up with this Conservative government being out of touch with the problems that they face, with high mortgages, inflation which is still too high, that, the NHS is in crisis, education is in crisis, and that's what we're seeing here. People turning to the Liberal Democrats because they know Sarah Digg, she's run a fantastic campaign. She's a from a local farming family, and they see the amount of work that she has done, and they know that Liberal Democrat MPs work for the community. So what we have been seeing in Somerton and Frome is people who are fed up with the Conservatives and looking for an alternative, and they see us as that alternative.
Away from the by-elections, the head of NatWest has apologised to the former UKIP leader Nigel Farage for comments made about him in the bank's official papers. Dame Alison Rose called them deeply inappropriate. Mr Farage said the apology was only a start after he claimed his account at Coutts Bank was closed because of his political views.
It's always good to get an apology, and particularly from somebody running a bank with 19 million customers. So thank you for the apology, but it does feel ever so slightly forced. The Treasury made her do this. I have no doubt about that. And I do want to say that the rapid reaction we've had from the British government is superb. Full marks to Andrew Griffith, the City Minister. It also felt a bit like not me, Gov. Well, this committee, the Reputational Risk and Wealth Management Committee, was actually set up as a direct result of her review within the bank system into diversity. So for her to sort of say, well, what's been said here doesn't reflect the views of the bank, well, I'm very sorry, but it does.
A walkout by senior doctors in England is causing serious disruption to the NHS, with most routine operations being cancelled. Consultants are staging their most significant action since the 1970s in a dispute over pay. The British Medical Association labelled the government's 6% pay offer as derisory. Ministers say the offer is fair. Russia's foreign ministry has imposed tight travel restrictions on British diplomats working in the country. Moscow says it's a response to the hostile actions of the UK government. It comes amid worsening relations between Moscow and London following the invasion of Ukraine. Diplomats must give at least 5 days' notice and provide extensive travel details if they want to leave a 75-mile free movement zone. Only the British ambassador and 3 senior diplomats are exempt. Staying with the war in Ukraine, the United States has said that it has confirmed that US-supplied cluster bombs are being used in Ukraine as part of its offensive against the occupying Russian forces. The National Security Advisor John Kirby said initial feedback from Kyiv suggested the munitions were being utilised effectively and were already having an impact on Russia's defensive lines. Some NATO members expressed concern over Washington's decision to supply the weapons to Kyiv. The bombs can kill indiscriminately over a wide area and are banned in more than 100 countries. So a reminder of the main news. Votes are being counted in the 3 by-elections in England. Our colleagues on the BBC News website and app have a live page up and running ahead of the declarations. Now, I'll be back with an update later. Back now, though, to you, Joe.
You're watching a BBC News by-election results programme with me, Jo Coburn. For the first time in 11 years, we've had 3 Westminster by-elections on the same day. They are Uxbridge and South Ruislip in northwest London, Somerton and Frome in Somerset, and Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire. Thank you for joining us as we wait for the results to come in. We're live at all 3 counts. And we'll have expert analysis here in Westminster from Professor Sir John Curtis. And with me in the studio this hour is our panel. Conservative MP Sir Robert Buckland, Labour's Thangham Debonair and Munira Wilson for the Liberal Democrats, plus the Daily Mirror's political editor John Stevens and Natasha Clark, Chief Political Correspondent at The Sun. Welcome to all of you. In a moment, we'll go live to all 3 counts. But first of all, let's introduce properly and establish on the programme Sir Robert Buckland. Welcome to you. We were talking in the first hour about the nervousness that is being felt amongst your colleagues. And unsurprisingly, if you lose all 3 of these seats, they are 3 very different constituencies. They are spread across the country, I should say, and they will be overturning in 2 of them big, healthy majorities. Will you start to consider in terms of survival for Tory MPs if that happens?
Well, look, I think tonight is going to be a very difficult night. I think the circumstances of these by-elections are particularly tough for the government. Governments, in by-elections are not necessarily a great mix, and I think tonight may well prove that.
But Rishi Sunak's a relatively new leader. He was going to establish a different kind of government with accountability and credibility and integrity.
Well, I don't think he's to be blamed for the circumstances of these by-elections. What I think, well, look, I mean, these are particularly unfortunate circumstances for the government, and that backdrop, I think, needs to be understood. But, remember what he's doing. He's been in for 9 months. He's set his 5 priorities. They're the right priorities for this country. He's following through on a tough set of plans that reflect the concerns of the people of our country.
From a previous Conservative government.
Well, but reflecting the fact that, like many other countries, we're facing severe headwinds, and inflation in particular at the moment is particularly stubborn, as we were discussing only, I think, yesterday on your programme. But, here we are, we're in the middle of the night. You've got me out of bed to talk about important by-elections. Why am I here? Because I care and I want to hear what people are saying, and we are going to reflect upon what people say, and we will act on their concerns and follow through on the plan that the Prime Minister set out.
All right, well, let's just remind people of the majorities that are being defended. In Uxbridge and South Ruislip, just over 7,000. That, of course, was the seat of the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. In Somerton and Frome, in Somerset, in the southwest, it's just over 19,000. We've already had Munira and her colleagues and the leader of the Liberal Democrats saying, we've got it. The Tories are out there. And Selby and Ainsty, the most difficult for Labour, who are hoping to take it, just over 20,000, that seat in North Yorkshire. It isn't in the top target for Labour, but it would, of course, Thangham, be a real coup for the Labour Party. It wouldn't necessarily mean, though, that your chances have vastly increased in a general election if it's in a year's time.
Well, it's amazing that we're even thinking about the fact that Selby and Ainsty is a possibility for the Labour Party. People have worked so hard, but as you said, it wasn't even on our list. And now we're looking at a possible swing that's bigger than the swing that happened nationally in the 1997 general election, which resulted in a Labour overwhelming majority. I mean, Robert's talked about, that Rishi's only been in 9 months or whatever it is, but he was in the previous government, Robert. He was part of the previous government, not just as any old minister. He was Chancellor of the Exchequer. And I know, I've heard Tory people come on here tonight and on the programmes and say, it's the war, it's the COVID. We've had 13 years of underfunding public services, of austerity that left our public services in no fit state to cope with the COVID. And then we had a budget last year which showed the public what the Tories think of public money. And it showed the public that you would rather give a massive tax break to the very richest than actually deal with what's really happening for people up and down this country. You say that you know what the issues are, and yet you've put up people's mortgages by spending money that you didn't have, and you still aren't over it because you haven't even got a plan for how you're going to pay for your NHS workforce. You let Robert plan, and you're not even going to do the right thing. Scrap the non-DOMS tax super tax break for the super rich and actually pay for it properly.
What is Labour's plan? Because 1 week it's 28 billion on green economy. The next week it's not. 1 week it's on increasing benefits. The next week it's the yeah, well, it is, but you're flip-flopping all over the place. You're just learning how to do opposition, Thangan. You're nowhere near ready to govern this country.
What are you doing with public money? What are you doing with public money, Robert? I mean, is it right that you took a severance payment of over £16,000 for your 16 weeks as Welsh Secretary? Is that right?
Well,
I mean, that's public money. That's public money.
I am deeply, deeply disappointed that you are talking about that. What we should be talking about
public money
is the record number of people in employment in this country, the fact that a Conservative government
is spending
has,
their money.
Once again, unlike Labour governments, increased employment, and that is the way that we get people out of poverty. Every Labour government has left this country with more unemployed people
are you actually
than they
listening
came into
to
office.
What people are saying?
We are listening very carefully to what
Clearly
people
not.
are saying, and that's why the Prime Minister's five
Clearly
priorities are absolutely right. And
We're going to look
really
at, by the way, we're going to look...
that you have indulged in a personal attack on me.
No, it's not
very
about you as a
disappointing.
All right, well, we're going to look at both the pledges of Rishi, of Rishi Sunak and of Keir Starmer. But I want to come to you, Munira, because in the end, what you want to do is kick the Tories out. What would you do? How far would you go in working with Labour, not in these seats necessarily, but in a general election, in order to pool resources to make sure that you get Robert's party out?
As we've seen in these by-elections and in the local elections and in most general elections, we put up candidates in every constituency in the country as far as we're able to.
I'm not talking about candidates, I'm talking about resources,
yes,
and where you can focus your efforts.
And it's nothing new that as a smaller party we target our resources in the areas where we think we can win. Sadly, we operate in an environment where we have first past the post, and therefore we have to target our resources because that's the way we win seats and get more MPs in Parliament and have more Liberal Democrats representing their communities, standing up for their communities in Parliament, challenging the government. And we will continue to do that. We will focus our resources on places like Wimbledon and Winchester and Guildford and Cheadle and Harrogate and so on.
Right. I mean, for you, for the Tories, is this now a recognition that you really are fighting on all fronts? Because you've got the Liberal Democrats here who are absolutely convinced, although we don't have the result, that they're back there in the southwest, where they were pretty well obliterated. And then we have the Labour Party. Now, Selby and Ainsty is not Red Wall. It's not the sorts of seats that Labour traditionally held. But a North Yorkshire rural seat, if Labour were to take that, all seats are vulnerable, aren't they?
Well, look, I readily accept the fact that this is a challenge on all fronts. I mean, it took the Tories a long time to win the South West back from the Lib Dems, many years. You know, we didn't get a majority in 2010 because the Lib Dems held on in the South West. That's changed. I mean, the Somerton and Frome seat was a Lib Dem seat right up until 2015. The old Selby seat, I mean, Selby's got better for the Tories because of the hinterland of Harrogate, but the Selby seat itself was held by Labour until 2010.
Yes.
I'm not going to minimise the fact, Joe, that if Labour won in Selby, it would be a significant result. Of course it would be. But at the same time, you know, the idea that somehow, you know, we're sitting here complacently just twiddling our thumbs and thinking everything's going to be fine, not a bit of it, you know.
It's time to give up?
Well, not at all. I mean, now is the time when you've got your back to the wall, you've got to come out fighting, you've got to come out with a positive set of policies. The Prime Minister's priorities are right, and he's going to set out his vision for our country in the autumn when we come back from the recess, and I'm confident he's going to do that.
Right. How difficult is this for Rishi Sunak? Because where and how would you focus a general election campaign if all three go this evening? Because we've got the South West, we've got Selby and Ainsty. All right, London broadly is a Labour city. It has a Labour mayor, although the outer London boroughs tend to be more Conservative. How would you focus that campaign?
It's really tricky, isn't it? But it's always been the way for the Conservatives about bringing that coalition together. And obviously we saw that with Boris Johnson's 2019 coalition, right? So he had the Red Wall, he had the Brexit
But
votes,
that was a sort of first time that the Tories really got the Red Wall, those traditional Labour heartlands.
For sure. And I don't think Rishi Sunak can rely on that same Brexit vote, that same coalition of voters is fragmenting at the seams. It's not going to be easy for him to bring those blue wall people from one side and the red wall people from the other side. And Rishi Sunak obviously does have a seat in Yorkshire, but it's not a traditional red wall seat. No. He's not a traditional campaigner. You know, Rishi Sunak has got sort of weaknesses in his in that, you know, that he's going to face a really tricky, I think, task to bring all of those people together at any strategy. But yeah, he's obviously got to come back, as Robert says, in the autumn with some sort of vision that does try and marry all these parts of the Tory party and marry all these parts of the country together, and also not forget about Scotland as well.
No, we'll come on to Scotland a little bit later on because obviously we're not there this evening in terms of the by-elections, but it has potentially changed things for the Labour Party, and they'll no doubt be optimistic about getting more seats at a general election. The issue for Keir Starmer, apart from the fact there doesn't seem to be an overwhelming love for him as a leader, and we'll look at the moment at the leader approval ratings, but it's also about the fact that the Labour Party seems to be very much playing it safe. They're going to stick to the same, broadly, financial plans, fiscal plans of the Conservatives, but they're just going to do it better, and they're just going to be nicer about it. Is that going to be enough?
Well, I think that you've clearly got some people within the party who want the Labour Party to go much further. We had the row over the last couple of weeks with the two-child limit. But if they were coming up with all these sort of unfunded promises, then they wouldn't have any kind of proper message to sell to the country at all, and then you would have the whole thing destroyed. We remember when Jeremy Corbyn was running for election, he promised all sorts of things. He promised they were going to spend billions on the WASPy women, and no one voted for it because even if they wanted those policies, they just didn't think it was going to happen. And so I think if Labour parties did suddenly start promising all these things that lots of their members want, if no one believes they're actually going to deliver it, then it's completely pointless.
Well, let's underline some of the things that you've been saying. The leader approval ratings, we can show viewers here. Well, they're not great for any of them, but they're particularly poor for Rishi Sunak. You can see there it's in minus figures of 26. They've worsened somewhat for him because actually he was more popular than his party at one stage. Keir Starmer is still minus 4%, the party actually being more popular than him. And Ed Davey, also minus 5%. It's not very inspiring, is it, Thang? And we'll come back to Robert Munir in a minute. It's not very inspiring, looking at those leader approval ratings. If you think back to Tony Blair's approval ratings back in 1997, or 96, I should say, leading into 1997, I mean, it was a world away.
And we've got a way to go until the general election.
Well,
and you know, from the signs we're hearing at the moment, it could be at least a year. And people are getting to know the Labour Party in its new form that Keir has led us into. We took back the seat of Wakefield last year. We are making gains in cost councils earlier on this year. We took a lot of seats back in Swindon, for instance.
Yeah, you've lost one tonight. We've gained. We've had the first result of the night.
But
Conservatives have gained a seat from Labour.
All right, well done, well done.
Well done, Robert. However, we did take back control of the council after 20-odd years. And that was quite something.
Yeah, but this is about personal. But this is about personal. And can you win elections without having a positive leader approval rating?
Do you know, Keir's worked so hard at turning around the Labour Party, and now, because of his leadership, we're in the state where people are actually listening to what we've got to offer.
Or is it just because the Conservatives are in such a mess?
I don't think so. I think what I get on the doorstep is people who are fed up with the Conservatives, but actually listening to what we've got to offer, and they know that our commitment to fiscal discipline is important, because without it, we're nothing. They have had to pay the price for Tory chaos over the last year, and that Tory chaos came at a real price for working people, with their mortgages and their rents, came as a direct result of that Tory mini-budget last autumn. They know that.
How do you explain that negative personal rating for Ed Davey? That makes it difficult for you.
I think the challenge is that outside of an election, is so difficult for Ed to, and the party to break in.
He's been around a long time, without wanting to say he's long in the tooth, but he's been around a long time and he was in the coalition government.
But look, let's be clear, the way our politics is structured and the way that the media cover our politics outside of election time is very much on a two-party basis. So when we get our fair share of coverage at election time, you see that change and you see that shift, particularly when it comes to a general election and you have these prime ministerial debates and so on. That's when our leader gets the exposure to be able to put themselves forward, and I suspect you'll get quite a different number at that point.
All right, pledging then it'll be a positive rating for Ed Davey. Let's go to David Wallace-Lockhart. He's in Selby and Ainsty in that North Yorkshire seat. David, you were talking earlier about the rather abrupt departure of the former MP Nigel Adams. How much of an impact do you think that's had in the seat, in the constituency?
Yeah, Nigel Adams was, of course, a very close ally of Boris Johnson. And when there was all these names floating about MPs that Boris Johnson may try and send to the House of Lords in his resignation honours, Nigel Adams was one of those names. Now, ultimately there seemed to be behind the scenes a bit of disagreement when it came to sitting MPs and how easily they could go to sit in the House of Lords, and it was something that didn't happen. And after Boris Johnson announced he was standing down, it was just the next day that Nigel Adams said that he was going to go as well. And we spoke earlier on this evening with Andrew Jones, Conservative MP from the constituency next door here in North Yorkshire, and he was saying that there were people on the doorstep who were disappointed with the fact that Nigel Adams had stood down. It's of course a difficult time, cost of living problems, a time where people want to have representation in Parliament, and the fact that they've been without an MP for a while this by-election was taking place was something he suggested was playing on the doorstep. Now, that is not to say for a moment that that has been the one and only issue in this by-election. As you'd expect, like anywhere in the country really, problems about cost of living, getting a NHS GP appointment or a visit to the dentist, problems with public transport, all these sort of factors have been coming up in this by-election campaign, and that's perhaps why, with those difficulties facing the government at the moment, despite Rishi Sunak's 5 pledges and promises to deal with those, that's perhaps why we're talking about a seat with a 20,000 plus Conservative majority that's been Conservative since 2010, potentially turning red tonight.
Yes, I mean, and obviously Labour are getting a hearing. We've been discussing here in the studio. It would be it is a real challenge for Labour to take this seat. But tell us a little bit about the candidate, the Labour candidate, and what the focus has been of that campaign.
Well, the candidate for Labour here is another Keir, not Keir Starmer, of course. His name's Keir Mather. He's worked previously for the Labour MP Wes Streeting. If he did become the MP tonight and go to the House of Commons, he would take up the mantle of what's known as Baby of the House. It's a slightly patronising term that's used, but it means essentially that someone is the youngest MP in the House of Commons, and that would be him at just 25 years old. He's been talking about problems people are facing with the cost of living here. He's someone who's spoken quite regularly about disappointment with the former Conservative MP Nigel Adams standing down in the middle of a parliamentary term. And you would think, as the opposition party, that's quite an easy thing to try and latch onto in terms to try and leak off some support from the Conservative Party. But it's an interesting seat here in Selby and Ainsty because it's been Conservative since 2010. Before that, under slightly different parliamentary boundaries, it was a Labour seat. So it has been the kind of seat in recent years that has elected an MP that has then gone on to be part of the party that has formed the next government. Now, by-elections are very different beasts from general elections. It's entirely possible someone could get elected tonight and then at the general election ultimately lose their status as an MP, lose their seat, because by-elections can sometimes be slightly strange on that front. But I'm sure Sir Keir Starmer will be looking very closely at what's going on at Selby and Ainsty, and if Labour managed to overturn that 20,000 plus majority, that would be the biggest majority they've ever as a party overturned in a by-election. If they manage to do that, I'm sure he will be looking at that as a signpost, potentially, that he's doing something that could see him be in Downing Street in the near future. Let's remember, when it comes to target seats for Labour at the next general election, Selby and Ainsty isn't really one of them. No. Labour could get a comfortable majority without even winning in areas like this.
David, thank you very much there in Selby and Ainsty. Let's catch up with Jenny Kumar, who is at Somerton and Frome in Somerset. Hello to you, Jenny. Well, confidence brimming over for the Liberal Democrats, and we may be sometime off an actual result. But are you sensing that there too?
Yeah, the confidence continues. However, we may see a result quite soon, a lot sooner than we were expecting, within the hour, is what we're being told. So, as you can see, the candidates' names are being put up on the tables and votes are being put alongside them. But yeah, they've run a very, they've thrown everything at this campaign. Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader, has been in the constituency 6 times, and perhaps he'll be here tomorrow pulling off another stunt.
Yes, well, indeed. Well, Munira Wilson here is very hopeful, laughing away. We can see people there crowding round the tables as they do, trying to get a sense of the votes piling up there. Tell us a little bit about the Liberal Democrat candidate, since she could very well be the next MP.
Yeah, so she's a councillor. She was elected onto Somerset Council, and she's made very much about her local roots, a farmer's daughter, someone who's lived in the area and very much well established here. And also, one of the things she's been saying is that because David Warburton, the Conservative MP, he became an independent when he was being investigated. She's been saying that basically a lot of people have been coming to her, and she's been helping local people with their issues. So a big thrust of her campaign is that she already is kind of on the ground, plugged in with people, able to help them out. The Conservatives here tonight, not surprisingly, are a bit more subdued, and we've heard tonight from the Conservative group leader on the council, David Fothergill, and he said tonight is a tough night. He's disappointed that the Lib Dems declared so early, but he's also said that he thinks what's happened here is down to a peculiar set of local circumstances. The fact that you had David Warburton, the local MP, going rogue, to use his words, and facing serious accusations. And he says that tonight's performance isn't necessarily a reflection of how the Conservative Party is seen nationally.
Jenny Kumar there, Somerton and Frome, thank you very much with the latest. Oh, well, we might get a result then within an hour, which will be relatively early than predictions if we get that by 2:30, but let's just see what happens. Let's go to Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Sean Lay is there. Hello to you again, Sean. I don't know whether you've got any predictions of a result and what time it might be. We did. Oh, you have. Lovely. And we also had turnout figures as well for the constituency. So give us the latest.
Yeah, the turnout figure I can give you is 46.23%. So that's not bad for a by-election.
No, not bad.
By any means. That means 31,002 citizens of Uxbridge and South Ruislip turned out to the polling stations or put in their postal votes or got them voted by proxy. Those who turned up with their ID, and that was the result. Now, what's interesting is, if you look behind me, you'll see on the other camera we have in the hall, the county has come to a stop. I am told by Little Bird that maybe that declaration is not very far off. What we have to look for is a man called Lloyd White. Lloyd White is the returning officer here. At the moment, he has his collar open. When he puts his tie on, that will be a sign that he's going to summon the candidates for them to be given the provisional result. If at that point the candidates object, then we could be into a recount. If it's very tight, there are certain criteria that they are allowed to object by. If they don't object, so the tie might come off, in other words, in which case you can all relax and we can all sit back tight for another half an hour, hour and a half. However, if the tie stays on, then the next stage is lining them up in alphabetical order to getting them to troop onto the stage behind me, and then we will have the result. So we could be in a bit of a race to the finish with Somerton and Frome here. Who would have thought it?
Right, well, absolutely. I'm sort of gobsmacked that there could be some actually relatively early results. You keep an eye on that tie going off or so on or staying off. And just briefly before we let you go, there are a lot of candidates, of course, aren't there, in Uxbridge and South Ruislip?
There are 17 candidates. One thing to say is that the campaign seems to have shifted from a law and order campaign, which was running in the first part, to a campaign about the ultra-low emission zone. Now, that's the Mayor of London's policy, a Labour mayor, which is not popular here, which has forced the Labour candidate, Danny Beales, to say, well, actually, I'm sort of in favour of it, but not now. So he's campaigning against his own party. And I can't help thinking, Joe, as you will recall, there was a by-election here in 1997, when Labour tied one arm behind its own back by dumping the local candidate and imposing a more Blairite candidate. The subsequent row diminished the chances of Labour pulling off a win in that by-election. They'd won a landslide, they were much further ahead in the polls than they are now, and yet they failed to win this seat. The old version, slightly different boundaries, but it was Uxbridge rather than Uxbridge and South Ruislip. I think that might explain why Labour is not being too optimistic right now, and why the Tories just think there's a little possibility that they could defy the sceptics and pull off what would be a win, but only a very narrow one. But nobody really wants to call it.
No, I'm sure they don't. Very interesting there from Sean Leigh at Uxbridge and South Ruislip. So let's just show you some of the pictures here in Somerton and Frome. If we briefly go back there, we can see Liberal Democrats gathering. You can actually, they've taken down some of their actual posters, but they were there literally a moment ago, holding up their posters and gathering, which may imply that a result perhaps isn't that far off, or that they're just supremely confident and they're just sort of gathering the troops ahead of the returning officer announcing that there is an outcome, a result in the constituency of Somerton and Frome. We, of course, will be keeping an eye across all three of the counts with our reporters there. But let me just show you the poll of polls, July polling averages, and I'm hoping that Sir John Curtis can join us to sort of elaborate on them. But we're showing it now, John. The Conservatives on 27% for July, Labour on 46%. So, I mean, that is in line pretty well with individual polls, about 20 points ahead. Liberal Democrats on 10%, and then you can see the others behind. Give us a bit more context for that poll of polls.
Well, let's bear in mind that if we go back to November, once Mr Sunak had been in office for just a few weeks and we were getting the first polls of the post-Truss era, by my calculations, at least, Labour were 20 points ahead. And now here we are, many months later, Mr Sunak putting out his 5 tests and arguing he's trying to make progress on the people's priorities. And the Conservatives are still almost just as far behind. As I was saying earlier this evening, one of the things that seems to have happened during the last month is that the Labour lead, which had narrowed, I reckon, to about 15 points, has opened back up again, and that therefore perhaps the party made something of a mistake in not distancing itself from Boris Johnson, and that basically the fact that the Privilege Committee report came out and said Mr Johnson had misled the House. And of course, we've also had the backdrop of the COVID inquiry, which is there's some pretty tough evidence so far as the government is concerned being presented that, you know, COVID, the lockdown, Partygate has been bubbling away in the polls. We might, all of us, hope hope that all of that's now very much in the rearview mirror. But that's still in our news, and certainly the way in which the government, or at least 10 Downing Street, handled it, is still a raw issue for many a voter.
John, talking about some of the things that you say are in the rear view mirror, what is at the forefront of voters' minds in these by-elections? Will it be the same things that are in the forefront of everybody's minds? So it'll be the economy, it'll be health and immigration, if you look at the polling recently.
Well, I would draw a distinction between those three. Now, the kind of evidence that I would look at is not necessarily what are the issues that voters say are the most important. If you really want to understand what's going on, you have to say, what are the issues that are correlated with whether or not people have changed their minds? And if we do that analysis for the Conservatives, there's a very clear message. People who think that the economy is doing badly, who voted Conservative in 2019, are much less likely to vote for the Conservatives now than are those who are still inclined to think the economy is OK.
John, can I just interrupt you just briefly, because we can see the returning officer putting his tie on. In fact, he's put it on. I know this sounds very scientific and political, but he's put his tie on. It looks as if he may be prepared, or preparing, I should say, to announce the outcome in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. We don't know, so I am speculating here, but our correspondent there, Sean Leigh, thought that that might be an indicator. There's lots of pointing going on, as if to gather perhaps the candidates, of course 17 of them, to herd together onto the stage before that long announcement is made. But while we wait, we'll keep those pictures there running alongside you and go back to the issue, sorry, that we were talking about. John.
Yeah, so what I was saying was that if you take people who voted Conservative in 2019, Those who think that the economy is doing badly are much more likely to defect from the Conservatives in the course of the last 4 years than there are those people who think the economy is doing OK. Equally on the health service, those people who think the health service is doing badly are much less likely to remain loyal to the Conservatives than those who don't think the health service is doing badly. But if we take the issue of immigration, the picture is different. Those people who think that immigration has gone up, including illegal immigration has gone up, are no more or no less likely to have defected from the Conservatives since 2019 than those people who don't think that immigration has gone up.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm so sorry once again, because I know you're in full flow, because we're just seeing pictures in Somerton and Frome, and it looks as if the Liberal Democrat candidate there, Sarah Dyke, being embraced. There she is looking extremely happy and smiling, and one can only imagine that's because she thinks she's won it. The Lib Dems are already claiming victory. In fact, Munira Wilson claimed victory within 5 minutes of being on the programme here. So this may just be a confirmation, but it does look now as if they are all gathering, and we can see the candidate moving across the hall there. But again, I can't see any indication of the returning officer gathering everyone together. So again, we'll leave it there, but definitely movement looks victorious for Sarah Dyke, the Liberal Democrat candidate, who certainly was the favourite, and the Lib Dems seem to have claimed victory already. But if there is an announcement, we will interrupt again. So let's try back with you, John. Apologies.
So the crucial point I'm trying to make, therefore, is that if the Conservatives want to secure an electoral recovery, and to do that, they've got to try to win back people that they have lost. They've got to try and turn the economy around. They've got to try to turn public services around. Well, achieving that is likely to achieve an electoral dividend. Stopping the boats is unlikely to bring the same benefit. And to the extent to which the party is focusing on that issue, an issue which, of course, it's arguably even more difficult for them to achieve than turning around the economy or trying to improve the health service. But in focusing on that issue, I think, in truth, what the Conservatives are doing, yes, they are focusing on an issue that appeals to their core vote. But the challenge facing the Conservatives is not to hang on to their core vote, it's to win back the many, many voters that they have lost during the course of the last 4 years. And I think on that issue, immigration is not the issue on which the government should be focusing.
John Curtis, thank you very much for the moment. Let's discuss some of that with our panel. Let's start with you, Robert. I mean, I'm just going to remind people... we can show our viewers Rishi Sunak's 5 pledges. The first 3, economic. Halve inflation, grow the economy, reduce debt, cut NHS waiting lists, and then stop the boats. Not reduce, stop the boats. We'll park that to one side because we know what the economic backdrop is like, and improving public services, let's say the election is next year, looks almost impossible. Would you agree that the landing zone for the Conservatives in terms of winning the next general election is narrowing?
Well, look, this was a narrow road anyway, in my view. I think it's a very tough challenge, and that's why I think the Prime Minister is to be commended on not actually trying to go for low-hanging fruit, but taking on the really tough issues. You know, it was said at the beginning of the year that it was going to be a doddle to sort inflation out. I mean,
well, I think that's because you thought it would be a doddle for it to come down naturally.
I don't think any of us thought it would be a doddle, and the Prime Minister, you know, right from the get-go has been serious about the fight against inflation. He knows that the Conservatives have a great reputation on fighting inflation by putting it at the heart of our policies in the 80s, as we did. We created the conditions for economic growth. We think that now, at this time, where with particular pressure on businesses and families and communities, we've got to slay that dragon in order to unleash all the potential that we know is out there, and that we want to see Britain acquire. You know, this is a positive set of policies.
But delivery, it's all going to be about the delivery, and in a way, trying to reduce inflation further is going to make it hard to grow the economy, isn't it?
Well, look, doing difficult is what we should be doing, and because it's difficult, it's right that we focus on it.
Right, well, let's have a look at what Keir Starmer's 5 missions are. Everyone's gone for 5. Secure the highest sustained growth in the G7. Well, it'll be from a pretty low bar. Build an NHS fit for the future. Make Britain's streets safe. I mean, they are sort of motherhood and apple pie to some extent and generic. But let's just take the NHS fit for the future. because there is no promise or pledge, rightly or wrongly, of major new investment into the NHS. There is a few billion that you want to use for retention or training and recruiting of NHS staff, but there isn't anything major. Why not?
Because the story of the NHS, which begins in 1945 with the Attlee government, it began then as a treatment of illness. Now, we've moved since then. We're now in a situation where the NHS at the moment is not something that people generally feel they can rely on, even though they know that the people who work in it are dedicated and skilled. But the future is going to be when the NHS is actually about health, when it is more about prevention, when it's about early diagnosis, when it's about leading healthier lives. Now, that's a different way of looking at the story of the NHS. And in future, we are going to be making use of artificial intelligence, of harnessing the power of digital and tech to do diagnosis earlier, quicker and more effectively, and to help people have healthier lives and longer lives.
And that will mean less money having to go in.
Not
less in that sense, but less than perhaps people might
Treatment is expensive. And if we can, but it's also painful very often, and at the moment, people are having to wait a long time. If we can get disease diagnosed earlier, or better still prevented in the first place, that's going to be better for everybody.
I mean, the issues locally, Munira, in all 3 seats, I would think, but, you know, let's take Somerton and Frome, will be about getting a GP appointment, those very long waiting lists in the NHS. Sarah Dyke wins tonight in Somerton and Frome. What's going to change?
Well, she'll be challenging the Conservative Health Secretary to be taking a much tougher and swifter action to be recruiting more GPs, bringing back those who have perhaps left the workforce to be able to boost numbers in places like Somerset. But also, I mean, one of the things Thangham hasn't even touched on, if we're going to actually tackle those NHS waiting lists, the big area that the Liberal Democrats have focused on has obviously been on social care, because the fact that people can't leave hospital is what is also causing some of the backlogs. And that's where Liberal Democrats have said, actually, if we increase the minimum wage for social care workers, we can boost the workforce, we can get people out of hospital.
Right, let's just pause for a moment, because, again, we can see the return... Oh, no, he's just walked away from the microphones. But it looks as if we are getting close to a result, because everything is being set up for and by the returning officer, perhaps to call the candidates together. What I'm not sure about is whether or not the candidates have been given the outcomes themselves. They're told ahead of time before they come on, and then we have the results coming in alphabetical order. And as I say, there are a lot of names to go through. I thought he was actually going to make an announcement there to the hall where everybody is gathered. But for the moment, it doesn't look as if it's coming. Right, so they are going through provisional results at the moment, or maybe they are just being told what the results are just before they get called onto the stage. Let's leave those pictures running, and we can go there as soon as we're ready. And I'm sure our correspondent Sean Lay is waiting and ready to go once they do get called onto the stage. But let's just pick up with Natasha and John. I mean, Natasha, the backdrop to this, of course, has been strikes. Strikes across all sorts of sectors. Now, the government has accepted the recommendations of the pay review bodies, but we still have some high-profile strikes with junior doctors. Is there any sign that that's going to be resolved?
It doesn't look like it at the moment. I don't think either the junior doctors or the consultants, I don't think they're even in talks with the government at the moment. And I think the government have said, we're not going back into talks with you guys unless you call off the strikes. And I think instead they announce some more strikes. So I don't think we're anywhere near there. It's exactly the same position with the RMT as well, the trains strikes. You know, we've had a year of that. No sign of abating. It looks like both sides are even further apart than ever. So yes, it's obviously a bit of a thorn in the side of the Conservatives, but you know, they're trying to use it as a sort of political tool to say, well, this is exactly why we need to bring forward this strikes legislation to try and get that down, and that it does have a lot of support in some Conservative areas.
I mean, it could be a problem, of course, that if Labour were to win a general election next year, they'd still be dealing with.
I mean, that is possible, but I think, you know, when you look at those promises that Rishi Sunak made, including cutting NHS waiting lists, and Rishi Sunak was asked at PMQs this week, why is that not happening? Why are those numbers going up and up and up? Well, they're now at a record level, and he blamed that on the strikes. Well, that's all well and good, but why did the strikes drag on for so long? It's because for months on end, the government wouldn't even talk to the nurses.
Robert?
Well, look, I think clearly, bearing in mind the sheer weight of work, we're going to still see those numbers rise before they start to come down. I was glad that a deal was reached with the nurses. I did suggest that we should be doing that back in December of last year. And I think Steve Barclay absolutely worked very hard in order to achieve that.
But it was a mistake to wait so long.
And I think, you know, the government, in terms of its accepting the independent pay reviews, I think that's all very sensible, absolutely the right way to do this. I think the public, though, you know, they're getting a bit tired about these continued strikes. I detect that there's a lack of sympathy in some areas for some of these strikes that are continuing. Bearing in mind, for example, with consultants, the pension reform that was made as a result of their direct request. And I think the public are to be absolutely supported in their frustration at seeing, you know, well-intentioned attempts by the government and by hard-working members of the NHS to get through these backlogs being affected, and they are being affected by continued industrial disputes.
Before I come to both of you, Thang and Manira, let's go to Somerton and Frome. Jenny Kumar is there. Over to you, Jenny.
Hi, yes, well, we're very close to a result here, probably within the next half hour or so. And just a moment ago, in the back of the hall, the Lib Dem candidate Sarah Dyke arrived, and there was a huge cheer. The Lib Dems very early on saying that they've won this, very confident, and another party that thinks they've done quite well tonight is the Green Party, and I'm joined by Martin Dimmery. So how do you think things have gone?
Well, it seems that we've done far better than we've done before. This is only our fourth election campaign in a national election. You know, at one point we were in second place, and I don't know whether we've retained that or we've lost out to the Tories on that one, but certainly third, certainly above Labour, and maybe tripling what we did last time round. So we've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, because last time round in the general election you came fourth.
Yeah.
You think you've improved on that position this time?
We've certainly improved on that, yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Because I think we've built up a good base locally, as a lot of Green parties do from local elections. We're very strong in the Frome area in particular, and I think if we'd been a bit stronger in this is a big rural constituency, so if we're a bit stronger in some of the more rural areas, we could have done even better. But it's very hard for a party like us with very small funding to be able to campaign on a geographical area of this size.
Great. Well, Martin, thank you for joining us this evening, and we will hopefully be getting a result here soon.
Thank you very much, Jenny, there in Somerton and Frome. Let's quickly dip in again to Uxbridge and South Ruislip and see if we're any further ahead. Everybody crowding round that table there, and I think the returning officer is somewhere in the middle, which means there could be, of course, a longer build-up to this actual result, a little bit of creation of suspense and jeopardy, which we enjoy on these live programmes, but it could yet be some minutes before we actually get a result. While they are looking at what could be the final figures, Thangam, just to return to the strikes, because it could be an issue that you do still have to pick up on, and there is no sense that Labour or Keir Starmer is in the realms of offering junior doctors a 35% pay rise.
But what we do is we talk, we negotiate. Under the last Labour government between 1997 and 2010, there were a total of 0 strikes in the NHS. And that's because we kept talking. We didn't always agree with the unions, didn't always agree with the Labour government and vice versa. But we kept working together. This isn't just about pay either. It's also about terms and conditions and people in the NHS feeling valued. And we would be doing all of that by talking to them. Now, the nurses' union, let's not forget, the head of the nursing union said to Rishi Sunak before Christmas, it's now July, she would meet him anywhere, anytime, any place, including on Christmas Day. It didn't happen. And that means that pattern that we've seen from the Conservative government has continued, where strikes have just continued pointlessly and unnecessarily without getting together to try and come to a reasonable compromise.
But if in the end what's on the table is a 35% pay rise, you're not going to get anywhere either.
We're going to negotiate. And that's important.
And get to a level of...
Well, I wouldn't come up with a figure here on the TV,
no,
and neither would anyone expect me to.
You don't have to come up with a figure, but would it be above what's been offered by or recommended by the pay review bodies? There's a big gap between that and 35%. If you want to stick to your plans of being prudent,
then we negotiate. And that's that. I mean, the point in the negotiation is you do it in the room, you don't do it on the TV cameras.
There's been some talk about a reshuffle, Robert. We don't know exactly when. It might or might not be. There had been talk of it perhaps happening, well, now today, after the by-elections, particularly if your party loses all 3 seats. Has Steve Barclay time for him to move on?
Oh, look, I'm not going to start getting into personnel matters. It's for the Prime Minister to decide who he wants.
But you have a view. You have a view.
Look,
Do you think he's done a good job?
I've mentioned Steve in a very positive way. I think he's been a really thorough health secretary. I think he's really understood the need for there not just to be more investment in our NHS, but a greater deal of accountability as well. And I'm particularly encouraged by the move to more integrated care. You know, I see that locally. I see a really concerted attempt to centre resources around the patient in a way that we haven't seen before. And I think that's going to lead to a much more efficient use of resources. And actually, you know, I agree with Thang's point about prevention. She's absolutely right. I think all of us share that aspiration for the NHS in the future. We can do it. And I think Steve's been an excellent health secretary.
You're looking very quizzical.
Well, I come back to the point I was making before when we had to cut to the cameras. I mean, the Conservatives have done absolutely nothing to tackle the issue of social care, and that's the sister service to the NHS. So if you're going to even try and start to fix the backlogs and the issues in the health service, you've got to tackle social care at the same time, and you've got to urgently boost the number of GPs in primary care so that we're keeping people out of hospital. That is the problem.
Robert?
Well, look, I would say, look, I'm not going to pretend that the social care is anything other than the most thorny of issues, and I'm frustrated by the number of false starts we've had on it. But what I will say
you made promise after promise that you've broken.
This is difficult, Manira. Look, we are talking here about the need to make
Liberal
sure
Democrats
that
and Conservatives legislated for it in government, and when you were on your own in 2015, you ditched that, and then after that, Boris Johnson stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised to resolve social care, and has just failed to deliver. But so has Rishi Sunak.
With respect, it's easy for Liberal Democrats who have no responsibility for anything to carp and criticise. The reality is, when it comes to social care, no, not at all. We've got to get this right. I think the first thing we need to do is properly integrate services, and with the integrated care systems, I think we're seeing that now for the first time. You know, we've got to stop obsessing about buildings. As much as I love the Great Western Hospital and everybody who works in it, the health service, you know, we always talk about hospitals. We should be talking about the people. And I'm more than happy to talk about. I'm more than happy to talk about dentists.
Are you? Are you? NHS dentist places.
And I am working and I'm campaigning hard. And I'm glad to see that we've got a new practice coming to Swindon with more NHS places, so it can be done.
But again, dentists unbelievably unhappy. But unbelievably unhappy with the deal they say.
Yeah, the 06 Labour government deal that has not.
You've been in government for 13 years, Robert. If you wanted to change it, you've had time.
Well, take responsibility for the failed Labour contract of 06.
Something can work in 6 and not work in 23.
Repeatedly doesn't work. I accept there's a problem. I talk to my dentists, but I think with local action, now that the integrated care services have got responsibility for the Commission of Dental Health, we're starting, certainly in my area, starting to see a bit of a fight back on this. Well, and I certainly, along with all other MPs, will be working to make sure that we can improve NHS access to dentistry.
This must have been a huge issue, not just the lack of NHS dentists or access to NHS dentists, but generally people's experience, day-to-day experience, in terms of getting a GP appointment or in terms of perhaps having a non-urgent procedure cancelled. Not once they get the treatment, then I think satisfaction is obviously far, far higher. Is that going to be the crucial issue, I know the economy, for voters and Conservative voters on the doorstep?
Well, I think you saw in that poll that we showed earlier, I think it was number 2 in the voters' priorities. So yes, obviously it's still a huge concern. And obviously what Sir John Curtis was saying earlier about the core Tory vote and people that might lend their vote to Labour instead, more likely to do so if they're dissatisfied with the NHS. And the Conservatives will be looking at those sort of issues that are coming up in the polling and worrying, actually, yes, does that mean we need to be thinking more about our policies on the NHS?
Let's go back to Uxbridge and South Ruislip, because it looks once again as if something is going on ahead of a result and an announcement. 17 candidates there, and on paper, certainly, it looks as if Labour should win this constituency, but it might prove to be tighter than perhaps first thought. One of the thorny issues there, certainly for the Labour candidate as well as the Tory, is the ultra-low emission zone, which is a policy of the Labour Mayor Sadiq Khan, and certainly expanding it beyond central London to some of the outer London boroughs. Danny Beales, the Labour candidate there, said that actually it should be paused. Hang on, let's hear what he's got to say.
Regional result, a recount has been asked for and granted. We will now be recounting all the Labour and Conservative votes, and we will be looking at the bundles of the other votes to make sure there are no Labour and Conservative votes in them.
Well, there you have it. So we thought there was going to be an early result, and it does look, as I was just saying, as if it may be quite tight if they're going for a recount. John, surprised?
Well, not given what we've been hearing from the count, but I think we can assume from what the returning officers just said that this is a recount to check as to who is first, and we cannot tell from what he said who at the moment is first. But irrespective of that, it does suggest that Labour here have got much less than the 15% swing in the national polls, and at the moment at least are struggling perhaps, or at least are only just over the line to get the 7.5% swing that they need to win the seat. So this is certainly turning out to be a closer by-election than we would have expected given Labour's current lead in the national polls. And to that extent at least, this by-election result, irrespective of exactly which way it turns out, is going to be something of a disappointment for the Labour Party.
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, they obviously thought, certainly on paper, that they would take it. There was certainly the issue, I was just saying before we heard from the returning officer about the ultra-low emission zone. That made things difficult, definitely, for the Labour candidate, because it's a Labour mayor, Sadiq Khan, who wants to expand it. We already know that Conservative councils aren't in favour of it, but Danny Beales, the Labour candidate there, said he certainly wanted a pause. So it may be, John, that is the issue. We'll find out from Sean in a moment there at the count, but give us your view.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly one of the issues that the Conservatives pushed hard, and it was clearly an issue that caused the Labour candidate some difficulty. The other thing, however, perhaps we do need to bear in mind is this is a constituency where Labour's vote has gone up quite markedly against the national trend since it was first fought in its current form in 2010. And to that extent, at least, perhaps the baseline for Labour in this constituency is rather high as compared with what we might be thinking of in other constituencies. In other words, Labour have made a lot of progress in this seat already, and perhaps therefore as a result there was rather less room for Labour to make progress than simply looking at the 2019 result might lead you to believe.
Interesting. Maybe they reached peak Labour in that sense. Thank you very much, John Curtis. Sean Lay, our correspondent, is there. Sean, what's going on? Oh, well, we know what's going on in terms of the recount, but what? Yes, is it as tight as was implied by the returning officer?
I think that is very much the mood music that I've been picking up during the course of this evening. I was speaking to the former MP in this constituency, but one, so Boris Johnson's predecessor, who was last out canvassing at the weekend, and I don't think I'm revealing any secrets in saying that he said the reception had not been as hostile as he feared it might be on the doorsteps. I have another candidate who is from one of the campaigners on, shall we say, climate-related issues, who said to me tonight, actually, this by-election started out being about things like law and order, cost of living, things you would expect it to be about. And then in the last 10 days or so, the focus shifted onto the ultra-low emission zone. Clearly, as John Curtis was saying there, not comfortable territory for Danny Beales, the Labour candidate.
No.
Rather, as Labour in '97, the by-election, were finding themselves fighting against themselves because they'd had an internal row over the candidate, got rid of the sitting candidate, posed another one who was thought to be closer to the leadership. That didn't go down very well. Difficult for Danny Beales to campaign against a policy being imposed by his own party's mayor.
Yes.
He's effectively been saying, look, I think the policy is a good one, but not now, not in the middle of a cost of living crisis. It's very difficult. And then if you have all these other candidates splitting the vote, arguably, the anti-government, anti-conservative vote, and you have a by-election right before the school holidays, or right at the beginning of the school holidays, and you're not choosing a government, all of these factors can actually make it quite difficult to motivate and mobilise voters. And I think all of those might explain this, what sounds like a pretty close result. the returning officer has been very, very candid with us. He's let us in to know more about their thinking, and they've been announced here. Effectively, he's saying whoever is second place has pretty much asked for this recount. That's what we can read into that. Of course, what we don't know is who was in second place in the recount.
Well,
was it the Conservatives or was it Labour?
Right, and I suppose we don't know then when the result will come after this recount.
Well, I think all I would say about that is, Joe, again, listen to what Lloyd White said there. He said, we are going to only recount the Labour and Conservative votes.
Yes.
We're going to check the bundles for the other parties just to make sure that a Labour or Tory vote hasn't slipped in. So that requires a certain amount of recounting. But in essence, this is recounting the Labour and Conservative votes, checking that they haven't missed anything, cross-checking and cross-checking. But I would say I'd be pretty disappointed if we didn't have a result in an hour's time.
Oh, right, OK, marvellous. Well, we may be back with you quite soon on the news that there is a recount going on in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. But before we do return, let's catch up with the latest news with Nikki Schiller.
Thanks, Joe. As you have been saying, votes continue to be counted in the 3 by-elections that were triggered by the resignation of sitting Conservative MPs. We are expecting the first declarations in the next hour, but as you have just said, a recount has been asked for and granted in the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson's seat of Uxbridge and South Ruislip. In Somerton and Frome, the Liberal Democrats have already claimed victory there, with a spokesman saying their candidate, Sarah Dyke, had romped home. Christine Jardine, the party spokesperson for women and equalities, is at the count.
We are quite confident that we've won tonight, and we've not just won, we've won decisively, because the Conservative vote appears to have collapsed. So we're confident that we've won tonight and that Sarah Dyke will be the new MP, and she will be a fantastic local champion for Somerton and Frome.
The results will be seen as a test of confidence in Rishi Sunak and his Conservative government. The Tory MP Stephen Hammond admitted to Joe that it was going to be a difficult night for his party.
We fought these by-elections very hard. I've been on the ground in Uxbridge almost all of the day. And what I hear from a lot of our voters is that they were going out today, that there wasn't any enthusiasm for Keir Starmer on the doorsteps at all.
But they're fed up with the Conservatives.
No, I mean, the surprise to me was that quite often, and I have done some of those other by-elections, that people say, we're not going to give you a chance this time, but because it's a by-election, not a general election. But on the doorsteps today, they were going out and they were voting.
Labour are hoping to win in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, as well as Selby and Ainsty. The shadow leader of the House says the momentum seems to be with the Labour Party.
Now we're looking at a possible swing that's bigger than the swing that happened nationally in the 1997 general election, which resulted in a Labour overwhelming majority. I mean, Robert's talked about, that Rishi's only been in 9 months or whatever it is, but he was in the previous government, Robert. He was part of the previous government, not just as any old minister. He was Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Now, away from the by-elections, the head of NatWest has apologised to the former UKIP leader Nigel Farage for comments made about him in the bank's official papers. Dame Alison Rose called them deeply inappropriate. Mr Farage said the apology was only a start after he claimed his accounts at Coutts Bank was closed because of his political views.
It's always good to get an apology, and particularly from somebody running a bank with 19 million customers. So thank you for the apology, but it does feel ever so slightly forced. The Treasury made her do this. I have no doubt about that. And I do want to say that the rapid reaction we've had from the British government is superb. Full marks to Andrew Griffith, the City Minister. It also felt a bit like not me, Gov. Well, this committee, the Reputational Risk and Wealth Management Committee, was actually set up as a direct result of her review within the bank system into diversity. So for her to sort of say, well, what's been said here doesn't reflect the views of the bank, well, I'm very sorry, but it does.
A walkout by senior doctors in England is causing serious disruption to the NHS, with most routine operations being cancelled. Consultants are staging their most significant action since the 1970s in a dispute over pay. The British Medical Association labelled the government's 6% pay offer as derisory. Ministers say the offer is fair. Russia's foreign ministry has imposed tight travel restrictions on British diplomats working in the country. Moscow says it's a response to the hostile actions of the UK government. It comes amid worsening relations between Moscow and London following the invasion of Ukraine. Diplomats must give at least 5 days' notice and provide extensive travel details if they want to leave a 75-mile free movement zone. Only the British ambassador and 3 senior diplomats are exempt. Staying with the war in Ukraine, the United States has confirmed that US-supplied cluster bombs are being used in Ukraine as part of its offensive against the occupying Russian forces. The National Security Advisor John Kirby said initial feedback from Kyiv suggested the munitions were being utilised effectively and were already having an impact on Russia's defensive lines. Some NATO members expressed concerns over Washington's decision to supply the weapons to Kyiv. The bombs can kill indiscriminately over a wide area and are banned in more than 100 countries. Finally, an Edinburgh homeowner has won her battle to keep her front door pink. Miranda Dixon was ordered to change the colour last year after she painted it bright pink, as planners argued it did not meet the standards of a listed property in a World Heritage Site. She repainted it green, but after further complaints, it was changed again to an off-white shade of pink. That colour sparked another complaint, but she has now received approval from officials. So, a reminder of the main news. We are expecting the first declarations in the 3 by-elections in the next hour or so. A reminder, our colleagues on the BBC News website and app have a live page up and running with the latest from all the counts. I'll be back with an update later. Now back to Joe and our election special.
You're watching a BBC News by-election results programme with me, Jo Coburn. For the first time in 11 years, we've had 3 Westminster by-elections on the same day. They are Uxbridge and South Ruislip in northwest London, Somerton and Frome in Somerset, and Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire. Thank you for joining us as we wait for the results to come in. We, of course, have reporters at all 3 counts, plus expert analysis here in Westminster from Professor Sir John Curtis. And with me in the studio this hour is our panel. Northern Ireland Secretary Chris Heaton-Harris, Labour's Shadow Business and Industrial Secretary Jonathan Reynolds, and Munira Wilson for the Liberal Democrats, plus the Daily Mirror's political editor John Stevens and Natasha Clark, Chief Political Correspondent at The Sun. Welcome to all of you. Well, in the last 10-15 minutes or so, exciting news out of Uxbridge and South Ruislip. We thought we were getting the result. In fact, the returning officer has informed the candidates and our correspondent there, Sean Lay, that a recount is underway. It's a recount between the top 2. We don't know whether it was Labour in first position and the Conservatives in second, or the other way round, but it has led to a recount of what they call those bundles of votes between those 2 parties. So it looks as if it's going to be tight, much tighter perhaps than the Labour Party had thought. You can see there that recount is underway. We don't know how long it will take. I'm told it shouldn't take too long. But that is the first recount of the night, so we could expect a result there in the next 20 minutes or so. Well, let me just go to Jonathan Reynolds first of all before I come to you. Chris, are you getting nervous about that result? It's not looking as clear as perhaps Labour had thought.
Well, good morning. Look, it's an exciting morning. I never get carried away with by-elections, even though we're all enjoying this 3 up on the same day. Look, the context to all of this has got to be, these are, in terms of the broad swathe of Westminster seats, pretty solid Conservative seats. I mean, Uxbridge is not a place Labour won in 1997, and clearly Selby would be essentially the biggest swing in Labour's history.
No, that I understand, but we're talking about a seat that you really should be winning.
Well, no, hang on.
Uxbridge,
this is not...
in a Labour city of London, Uxbridge and South Ruislip, the departing former Prime Minister Boris Johnson quitting there, and the majority, or the swing that you have to overcome, is 7.5%. Well, you've done better than that in recent by-elections. It would be a huge disappointment if you don't take this.
It wouldn't, no. Look, just because this government is clearly at the end of its energy and an outlook. You know, people assume Labour can win in every part of the country. Look, it's more challenging than that. You cannot just simply write the Conservative Party off and say, no matter where you are in the country, it will automatically fall to Labour. We never do that. This is clearly a contest where, you know, this is a seat that is going to always be a challenging one for Labour. And so I look at this and I think, could we really see Labour win, you know, maybe more than one of these incredibly strong Conservative areas tonight? I don't, you know, that would be beyond my wildest dreams. I think we have to realise what we're talking about here. And frankly, if we have a recount as we've seen, whoever is in second place there, simply to have that, say it's the Labour Party, suggests a significant number of people have voted Labour for the first time, people who were former Conservatives, simply to get it to that kind of close territory that would therefore allow and permit a recount to take place. So look, I'm optimistic for the evening, but I know how hard this will be. So I have no expectations that somehow this just falls into our lap because of the polling situation.
We started this evening on the sort of premise that the Conservatives would likely lose all three of these by-elections. Are you feeling more confident now?
Well, I actually, forgive me, Jonathan, but I do think you're wrong. I don't think there were as many switches as you say in Uxbridge, and I think that's been borne out by the need for a recount. Now, we don't know exactly what's going on, but as I'm quite sure the previous people sat in this seat would have told you, this is going to be a challenging evening for us, and we would have expected it to be very, very challenging, especially in a seat like Uxbridge, where Labour threw everything at it. We would have thrown the kitchen sink, but Just Stop Oil were kind of camped around it at that particular point in time. Got to keep going on this. Got to keep going on this. It's just. I think it's actually. I was in Uxbridge last Thursday. It was very different. I actually stood in a by-election in 2004 in Leicester South. I know when the weather's going against you in
how
a
did
big
it feel?
way.
How did it feel there?
It felt okay. But it only felt okay, which is why I think there's been a big push by both parties in the course of the last week, because it was in play.
Right, well, let's hear from some of the voters that you may have been speaking to on the doorstep on this, particularly on this overriding issue of the ultra-low emission zone, and we'll have a bit more of a debate about that in a minute. Let's have a listen.
As a business, where customers would have invested in their car to keep the car running for another 3 or 4 years, they've had no option but to buy another car.
It seems like they just don't care. It's a certain age or anything, so it makes the question, well, it does in my mind, is what's it all for? Why are they bringing it out to places that don't need it and not listening to people either?
I do, to a certain extent, agree that there are too many vehicles, but doesn't that then also come down to the fact that they're overpopulating? They're building more and more flats in the area.
All right, well, there's some voters there in Uxbridge. Let's just pop back to the hall, to the count, where that recount is taking place. And I think there are some Conservative supporters gathering, party faithful, they're looking less gloomy than perhaps they did at the start of the night. So perhaps it really is closer than people imagined. Interesting that Chris Heaton-Harris had been out there on the doorsteps and it felt OK. Maybe a low bar, but obviously not completely in the realms of defeat. Now, that issue, the ultra-low emission zone, that is causing you some problems, isn't it, Jonathan? I mean, just to explain, Sadiq Khan, Labour mayor, brought it in, wants to expand it out to London boroughs, including Uxbridge and South Ruislip. And Danny Beales, your candidate there, has found that very difficult to support. In fact, he didn't support it. He said there should be a pause. There's a mixed message coming from Labour here on this, isn't there?
Oh, look, this has been an issue in this contest. There's no doubt about that. The job of, first of all, anyone who seeks to be a Member of Parliament is to, first and foremost, defend the interests of their area. And he said very clearly, Danny Beales, our great candidate, that, you know, with the cost of living crisis, the pressure people are under, he didn't want to see that extended and affect the constituency and the people in this way. You know, for the mayors, wherever they are in this country, obviously they have responsibilities the government have put on them around clean air. 4,000 people, I understand, died in London of toxic air last year. This is not a small issue. So I understand they've got the imperative to act, but it has been hard, and the Conservative Party has tried to run the campaign essentially just around that issue. I would, of course, say, OK, you can maybe get away with that in a by-election, but can you do it in a general election where the contest will be about the last 13 or maybe 14 years of a government that hasn't delivered, has created you know, a real decline in public services and living standards in this country. So yes, they can get away with this and use the fact that they've got to put this duty on people in local areas to deliver clean air, and then oppose it when they actually take the measures that have done.
Well, and that is pretty hypocritical, isn't it, Chris Heaton-Harris? Because actually it was a Conservative Conservative Party who introduced this policy, the low emission zone, in the first place. Air quality is supposed to be a priority. You've put the onus on local authorities and boroughs to meet government targets, and yet you're opposing it.
And yet the Mayor of London's chosen to tax people that don't live in them. I mean, actually, what this does show is something else in by-elections, and it's a trait in by-elections, and it will never change. To win a by-election, you need something to campaign against. Normally, it's a dead safe thing because it's the government. And that's why governments normally do quite badly.
So you've turned this into a referendum on the ultra-low emission zone, something that your government has actually legislated for local authorities to meet targets on air quality.
Yeah, we've legislated, rightly so, to have
well, how are they supposed to meet? How are they supposed to meet?
There's a
those
whole
targets?
host of ways of doing it, and actually Andy Burnham in Manchester and Sadiq Khan in London are choosing to penalise people on the outskirts and outside of their cities the most.
Right. But are you not in favour of tackling air quality?
Yeah, but there's hundreds of ways of doing it.
Yeah, no, there's two ways to do it. There's your preferred option as a government, which is charging people. Let's be clear, that is the government's preferred option in the advice. Or there's help for people to change their vehicles to more modern, more efficient vehicles that won't emit, you know, air that is a problem for people. And actually, the bit you really control as the government is, of course, the support for that to help people with the transition, which you've been not generous with. I mean, Sadiq Khan has tried to give people the support to do that. The government has not been an active agent in that.
Really,
I think 110 million he's found for that, which is, you know, but as the government, and you know with your background in transport, Chris, you could have done a lot more. What you know, it's the same with housing, where you want people to build houses, then you campaign against it locally. I mean, the one thing, surprising moment of the morning where I say something
Labour's
positive.
campaign in Selby on that.
Let's talk about a positive thing about Liz Truss. You wouldn't expect that from a Labour MP at this time.
Go for
when
it.
she talks about the anti-growth coalition, it's basically the Conservative Party, because they put these burdens on people and then they campaign against them in local contests and local elections. And look, it might have a dividend for them this evening, but there's no long-term fifth term of a Conservative government in that.
No, but it's all about politics, isn't it, Jonathan? Munira, I mean, you were nodding away in terms of the sort of onus being put on local authorities. Are you in favour of the ultra-low emission zone?
So
expanding?
We need to clean up London's air. There's no doubt about it, but not on the backs of the most vulnerable people in the midst.
You don't want it either.
No. We've been very clear, actually, all the way through. We've always said that this does need more time to be expanded. When the ULEZ, and Chris was slightly disingenuous because it was actually Boris Johnson as Mayor of London who introduced the ULEZ. And then when it was expanded out, first of all, to the South Circular, people had 3 years to adjust and adapt and change their cars. This time, we're getting an expansion right out to the outer edges of London in the space of 9 months, in the midst of a cost of living crisis. The timing and the speed at which it's being rolled out, expanded, is reckless. And it was actually the Liberal Democrats at City Hall who amended the Mayor's budget to double the scrappage scheme to provide support to the poorest and most vulnerable to change their cars. And it was the Labour Mayor who threw out that amendment. And we've also called for support for those outside of London who are travelling in. Nurses and teachers can't afford to live in my constituency, and shift workers can't afford to live in my constituency. They're travelling in, often in older cars. The Conservatives have provided money for scrappage schemes in places like Bristol, in Manchester. We said, look, for the surrounding areas outside London, the government should also be supporting them to scrap their cars, but they've refused to step up. So we need more support and we need more time. And that's been a consistent position by the Liberal Democrats, because we do need to clean up our air.
Is this a classic case of aspirations on the environment, on climate change, on air pollution, and yet when it comes to actually delivering in terms of putting in place policies like an ultra-low emission zone or expanding it, and Munira is absolutely right, as I said to Chris, it was Boris Johnson was a Conservative who introduced it initially, but Sadiq Khan wants to expand it. And then politically, it proves to be extremely difficult.
Of course, and we're going to see this with net zero over the next 5 to 10 years. Policies that the Conservative government have put in place, those laws, getting to net zero by 2050, it's going to be really, really difficult when it comes down to the crunch of exactly how those policies are implemented. And we know, thinking back to that chart that we saw earlier, I think it was number 5, the environment on that. It's obviously, voters obviously do care about it. It's not their top priority at the moment. The cost of living is their top priority, and charging voters more money. And obviously, there is a scrappage situation in place. Keir Starmer, I think, has said that he will increase the budget for that. You know, the other Conservatives are going to match that policy. We'd like to be interested to know what they think about that. And obviously, clearly, if Labour don't succeed in winning off this seat, it's very clear that ULEZ will have played a really big part in this campaign. And I think, you know, that's going to be a real problem for Sir Keir Starmer, because he's got this really tight balance to strike between the Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, whose policy it is to expand this. And obviously, you know, in the campaign, he was asked about it repeatedly and sort of had to go on the edge and was sort of squirming around the issue quite a lot.
John?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is the policy that has lost the seat for Labour. I mean, texting people who are at the count...
Oh, they think it's gone?
They think on the first count Labour was behind about 400 votes, and obviously it may be closer than that, but it would be very unusual to do a recount and see a difference in numbers that's about 400. So I think you will see a big post-mortem tonight and tomorrow about what happens to this policy. It is due to be extended at the end of next month. There will be people in City Hall, and their argument has been, once this actually gets rolled out and people realise it only applies to 10% of cars, the fear of ULEZ will go away, things will settle down. But I think there'll be many people in the leadership of the Labour Party, possibly Labour MPs in those seats kind of further out of London, worrying about this, who will want to put pressure on Sadiq Khan and be putting those questions forward. Should this be delayed or should it go ahead at the end of next month?
But the policy really is associated with Sadiq Khan, a Labour mayor. Be interesting. Will you be blaming Sadiq Khan if you lose this seat tonight?
Let's get the results in.
Of course.
First. But I would also say, look, people who are directly elected mayors have a mandate.
Yeah.
They have a legal responsibility, often put on them from the government, to deliver certain things. We, as a country, will have to get more used to the fact that devolution, I think, is a very positive direction, and there'll be more mayors, they'll have more powers. There will be sometimes differences of policy between different areas, different cities or different places where they've got them. So that will just be a fact of life. There is no doubt. I think we'll get a broader view of kind of where the national picture is, perhaps from Selby later on in the morning, because of the influence of this particular local issue here in this by-election.
All right, well, you've mentioned Selby. I think we can go to Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire and talk to David Wallace-Lockhart, who is there for us. Hello to you, David. Well, it looks as if we could be getting closer to results in the other two by-elections. How's it looking in Selby and Ainsty?
Well, it's potentially looking like we may get a result a bit sooner than some of us were predicting at the beginning of the night, sort of 3 a.m, slightly after that now being discussed, and you can see they're counting away quite rapidly here, so things perhaps coming close to some sort of conclusion. I would say, having chatted to people here, it does feel like perhaps slightly more optimism growing on the Labour side, slightly more pessimism growing on the Conservative side, though both sets of supporters saying that things appear to be quite close. So someone who might be able to give us a bit more insight into how things are looking at the moment is Judith Cummins, the Labour MP for Bradford South. How are you feeling at this point? Optimistic?
What I'm feeling is that we've run a really good, positive campaign here in Selby and Ainsty. We've got a great candidate who came and he spoke to so many people in Selby and Ainsty about his plans for their constituency. Yeah, he'd be a great MP if he's lucky enough to get it, but, you know, we can't call it until the votes are counted. So, you know, I don't know anything more than you, but I do know that we've run a really positive campaign here.
Over 20,000 Conservative majority here. You know, we don't know how the result's gone yet, but it certainly looks in play for Labour. What have been the issues coming up on the doorstep? What's led to people coming over to Labour by the looks of things and making the seat in play?
I think it's fair to say that, you know, cost of living and mortgages is a massive issue here. It's mortgages and renting also. People are sick and tired of the Tory government here in Selby and Ainsty, and they are just fed up with it. So, you know, they talk to us about change, have talked to us about a fresh start, and, you know, that's what people are bothered about. They're bothered about them and their families futures.
Talk about change and a fresh start. Something Keir Starmer's faced some criticism about is a lot of what he says doesn't sound like much change. And this week there was the furore over the two-child benefit cap, where he said that a Labour government would be keeping that. Is that something that people were bringing up on the doorstep? Cost of living a problem? Is that not something that Labour should be pledging to change?
I mean, what people were bringing up with us on the doorstep was the housing, in terms of their mortgages and the interest rates, and the fact that the Tories have tanked the economy. They're not happy. They're suffering from it. They really are finding it quite hard. The cost of living is really impacting on them and their families. They find it very difficult indeed.
And how would having a Labour MP here change that?
Well, Keir's got some good, solid commitments. He's got a 5-point plan, and he's presented that, and he spoke about that to so many people here in Selby and Ainsty. All the time, it's been very positive, and it's been full of a plan that will actually make a difference here to the people in Selby.
So tonight, the picture that's unfolding is quite a complicated one. It looks like Labour perhaps having some trouble in Uxbridge. It looks like here they could overturn a 20,000 Conservative majority. What are we meant to take away from this as a national picture, or are these all local issues that happen to be playing out on the same night?
Well, I've got to say, we have ran a positive campaign here, but when we first started here 6 weeks ago, we had a mountain to climb, and we know that a 20,000 Tory majority here in rural North Yorkshire can't be understated. It was a massive mountain to climb, and if we've knocked anything off that majority, or even if we get over the line and actually win here, it's a massive achievement for Labour.
If there's defeat in Uxbridge but victory here, what does that mean for Labour? Should they be coming out of tonight positive or a bit doubtful about how the national picture looks?
Well, no, I think what I'd say is that I've been here in Selby and Ainsty, and I do forgive me, but my head has been very much here in Selby and Ainsty, and I only heard the news about Uxbridge and the recount via the press, so I'm sorry, I am here in Selby and Ainsty, and we fought a really good positive campaign here.
So we spoke to Andrew Jones, the Conservative MP, earlier on tonight, and we put him on the spot and asked him to call it. He sort of fudged it, I have to say, which I hope you won't be doing. Judith Cummins, if you had to put money on it, is this going to be a Labour seat tonight? Will Selby and Ainsty turn red?
Well, you see, this is where I'll agree with my Conservative colleague, and I'm going to fudge it because I can't call an election. If it's going to be close, it's going to be close. If we win, it's fantastic. But, it's the people who decide these things, and we've got our voting agent, our counting agents here counted away, and hopefully we'll get the result soon. But I hope it is, a good result for Labour.
Judith Cummins, Labour MP for Bradford South, thank you very much for giving us some of your time. Not much political agreement in this by-election campaign, but both Conservative and Labour MPs refusing on live TV to 100% call the result. So perhaps there is some consensus in politics here in Selby and Ainsty tonight.
Well, David, you've probably got another hour or so to work on that to see if you can get a prediction or a result. But thank you very much there, David Wallace-Lockhart in Selby and Ainsty. Well, let's come back to Jonathan Reynolds, because you're the Shadow Business and Industrial Secretary. And the key issues for voters, well, you probably don't have to look at our graphic here to know that the economy is the #1 issue at 61%. This is for voters generally. And that's unsurprising. Inflation, the rate of inflation is still high at 7.9%, and we'll talk about what Labour would do to deal with that. Health at 47%, again, unsurprising. Immigration and asylum at 34%, the environment at 27%, and housing, maybe somewhat surprisingly, at 21%. But let's go back to the economy. What would Labour do? What could Labour do to actually move the dial if it was your decision to make changes on the economy?
No, there's loads that could be done. I mean, first of all, yes, inflation is high now, and the energy prices have been incredibly difficult for people. But let's be clear, the last 13 years have been very disappointing for the economy by any kind of historical standard in the UK compared to how we've done in the past or how our peers have done. So the kind of things this country needs to do is, first of all, attract a far greater degree of business investment. We've got one of the lowest rates of business investment in the G7.
So would you cut corporation tax?
No, because when the government did that, it didn't work. So we've had the benefit of seeing quite a lot of failure over the last 13 years. My top 10 would look something like this: a proper industrial strategy, so there's some stability in the UK, our green prosperity plan, that investment in net zero, getting the economic benefits of that.
Sort of delaying that a little bit.
But how much is that? Well, you've spent, I think, £500 million yesterday on the Tata Gigafactory, so we can put that on the baseline, Chris. That's good. Third would be
how inflationary would that be?
Third would be improving the Brexit deal, because our trading relationship with the European Union can be done in a better way, not refighting the arguments of the past, but improving that deal, fixing business rates, the apprenticeship levy. There's a whole range that could be done. It's not about one particular thing that will change the dial from so many years of failure. It is about recognising that if we go on as it is with the current rate of economic growth, a whole range of questions that you will have for us on public services, entitlements, it will be even harder and harder to do that. And I'm absolutely confident that the kind of things we're looking at that will improve the performance of the UK relative to our rivals in several different areas is the kind of change, the long-term transitional change that we need.
I mean, what positive vision have the Tories got, not just at these by-elections, but generally in terms of the economy? When you look at the pledges of Rishi Sunak, he hasn't delivered on any of them. And you say, well, that's because he hasn't yet had enough time. But he's not He's not close on any of the five, of halving inflation, growing the economy, reducing debt, cutting waiting lists and stopping the boats.
But people are beginning to see the trajectory of those pledges being proven.
What inflation's still at 7.9%, having been stuck at about 8.5 or just over.
It was higher than that at one point. But the pledge is it's to halve inflation, and that's what we will do.
What is it that Rishi Sunak and the government have done to bring down inflation? You've just relied on the Bank of England, of course, to raise interest rates.
We've also been negotiating with public sector workers to make sure that we've achieved pay increase levels that are affordable to the country and not as inflationary as the ones that Labour would like to have seen, and we're not pledging tons of money that makes inflation a lot worse.
That's it. It's not paying people. That's the only policy you have, and you've had to accept the pay review decisions after all of that needless strife and lack of respect for public sector workers. All you've got, Joe's right, you've got the Bank of England's monetary policy, as you would expect. There is no government plan or policy other than refusing to pay people, and then you've had to retreat on that because you obviously couldn't retain people in the workforce.
We're managing public finances, and that's what drives, unfortunately, Jonathan, there's, should there ever be the misfortune of a Labour government again, but the public finances drives our public debt. We're going to cut the debt. And that...
When are you going to cut it? When are you going to cut the debt?
And also that's £3 million, I think, given to former Conservative employees who served in the Liz Truss government in redundancy payments after you crashed the economy. And then they take jobs days later. Shouldn't they give that money back?
You're now picking on people and a process that has been set up over decades. We're talking about the economy, which counts for everybody.
But if a minister has taken
we're now going to
a five-figure sum and then takes a job.
Jonathan, let's stick with the policies, or perhaps the lack of them, as some people might say, in terms of changing the dial on the economy. You mentioned the pay deals or the recommendations that the government have now accepted. Why did it take so long? Because actually, economists have said that the strikes have been one of the main reasons for a lack of productivity and a lack of growth, because you've left so many sectors on strike.
Well, actually, why did it take so long? Because we're negotiating with unions who are doing the best for their... I actually quite like unions in general terms. I think I'm probably one of the few Tories that does, but I have a lot of respect for unions in that space. But some of the asks were just astronomical, and indeed some of the outstanding ones still are.
Right. How are you going to resolve that?
Well, it takes time, and actually they've now seen what's on the table, and we will have to negotiate and wait and see, but dialogue is how you deal with these things, and dialogue's always been the way.
Right, well, Munira, dialogue is key.
You aren't talking to the doctors, that's the point. And you delayed talking to the teachers.
35%.
You delayed talking to the teachers for so long that our children who've suffered all sorts of shutdown...
There's a whole chunk of the economy
schools
that
being closed down through
wealth.
COVID have had to endure strikes, and that obviously also impacts on parents who are trying to get to work, because you wouldn't come to the table to negotiate with teachers. The deal you cut with teachers, you could have cut that months ago and avoided the strikes. The point is you delay and delay and delay, and then you're dragged kicking and screaming. Of course they're coming in with an unreasonable demand. The point is you get round a table and you negotiate a deal. We need to do that for the sake of patients,
and that's what's
including
been going
people like my mum, who's an elderly person, all sorts of health issues, is having appointments cancelled left, right and centre because of the strikes, because your government won't get round a table and negotiate.
But the responsibility is also to those who live and work outside of the public sector, who also contribute to our economy in a massive way, who haven't taken the wage rises, haven't had the opportunity to have wage rises over this point in time, still suffer from the cost of living. And that is the balance that you have to strike in an economy.
Let's just take viewers through what's going on here in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Well, we know a recount is underway. The returning officer is coming to the stage. Let's just pause for a moment. Is he just adjusting, or is he going to say something?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Could I please have the candidate and agent for the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. Back over to this table over here, please. Candidate and agent for Labour and Conservative. Thank you.
Ah, well, that's interesting. So he is calling those candidates over, obviously to give them the final result following the recount. So that's Danny Beales for the Labour Party and Steve Tuckwell for the Conservatives. And he is obviously going to reveal to them who has come in. Oh, look, there's been face there going across, just obscuring our view of the returning officer, which is slightly unfortunate, but maybe they'll move on in just a moment. Going to tell the two candidates from the two main parties and their agents what the result is. Clearly tighter than perhaps, well, either party had thought originally. Once that has been clarified with the two candidates, there you can see them, Labour and Conservative. Conservative there at the front, followed by Danny Beales there. Then, no doubt, there will be a formal declaration of the count at Uxbridge and South Ruislip, and we may have the new MP announced in the not-too-distant future. The recount took place, but it was just a recount of the bundles of Conservative and Labour voters, not a full recount of all the votes that have come in. And there have been 17 candidates, which is quite a record number of candidates in this seat. We've talked about one of the most pertinent issues that has obviously run through this campaign, and that's by the ultra-low emission zone. There's the returning officer talking to the candidates, letting them know, the Tory and Labour candidates and their agents, what the numbers are. People obviously writing down exactly what the figures are, which will indicate the majority of whoever it is who's come first and second. And if there has been a swing, if there has been a swing to the Labour Party in this, they'll want to know exactly how big that swing is. These things obviously very, very important in terms of setting the terms for what could be a general election. I've just seen the Labour candidate nod his head. So it looks as if we may have the returning officer announcing when he is going to call this declaration. Now, John and Natasha, there's the Conservative candidate, I think there, Steve Tuckwell, just in the background, obviously wearing the blue rosette. Interesting recount here. It didn't take long, obviously, to go through the votes, but here we are in recount territory.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly optimistic for Labour. As I said just now, in the first count, it appears that they were about 400 votes behind. Obviously, it's been very close. It's possible a recount would have got a different result, but 400 votes, it seems quite likely that's not going to change that much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Could I have all the candidates, please, that are in the room onto the stage here? If you'd like to come down this way and up onto the stage for...
We must not, Chris. Or a bucket, or a bin, I think it is, isn't it? All the candidates gathering there. But it's going to take a while to herd 17 candidates onto the stage to give the result, because they'll be read out in alphabetical order, but here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Lloyd White, being the acting returning officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Uxbridge and South Ruislip constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bakish, Blaise Maxime Pascal, Liberal Democrats, 526. Beales, Danny Boy, Labour Party, 13,470, 13470. Bell, Cameron Swaran, Independent, 91. Corbyn, Piers, Let London Live, 101. Darwood, Thomas Faithful, commonly known as 77 Joseph, Independent, 8. Fox, Lawrence, the Reclaim Party, 714, 714. Gardner, Stephen Rishi, commonly known as Steve Gardner, Social Democratic Party, 248. Gemmell, Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, Climate Party, 49. Green, Sarah Charmian, Green Party, 893. Hamilton, Kingsley, Julian Duncan, commonly known as Kingsley Hamilton, anti-ULEZ, Independent, 208. Harvey, Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 190. Hewison, Richard John Howard, Rejoin EU, 105. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, official Monster Raving Loony Party, 32. Ntefon and Enfant Udoka, Christian People's Alliance, 78. 4. Leo Samuel, commonly known as No ULEZ Leo 4, Independent, 186. Sutton Rebecca Jane, commonly known as Rebecca Jane, UKIP, People Not Politics, 61. Tuckwell Stephen, commonly known as Steve Tuckwell, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,965.
So the Conservatives have held Uxbridge and South Ruislip. There was an expectation that Danny Beales, the Labour candidate, would be victorious. It was very tight. 13,470 votes for Danny Beales, the Labour candidate. 13,965 for Steve Tuckwell. And here he comes to give his victory speech.
OK. Wow. That's all I've got to say. So first things I would like to say is thank you to the returning officer and to the fantastic team here in the London Borough of Hillingdon who have been working incredibly hard on today's polling day, and for the many people that are here this evening who have been counting for late into the morning this morning. So a big thank you to those. I'd also like to pay tribute to the team at CCHQ. I can't name everybody, but you know who I'm talking to. They've been fantastic, they've supported me, and it's been a great honour to work with the CCHQ team. I'd also like to pay tribute to my fellow councillors, the local supporters and activists here in Hillingdon, and a special mention to the Association Chairman Richard Mills. I'd also like to pay tribute to the Leader of the Council, Ian Edwards, and also a neighbouring association Chairman, Peter Smallwood. My final thank you is to my darling wife, Rachel, who has supported me through this campaign. So, this message from the Uxbridge and South Ruislip residents is clear. Sadiq Khan has lost Labour this election in his... And we know that it was his damaging and costly ULEZ policy that lost them this election. I'm humbled and proud to be elected as the MP for the area in which I was born, raised and built a family in, and to represent my home is a huge honour. The pundits expected Labour to win big here, but our community came together, and I am thankful to them and the hundreds of activists that came out to deliver this message. This wasn't the campaign Labour expected, and Keir Starmer and his Mayor Sadiq Khan need to sit up and listen to the Uxbridge and South Ruislip residents. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, well, let's see if Danny Beales, the losing Labour candidate, is going to speak. Pretty defiant speech there by Steve Tuckwell, who's won by 500 votes. We're hearing now from the Green Party. We'll let them give their speeches there. I mean, Jonathan Reynolds, Sadiq Khan has lost Labour this election. He's right, isn't he, Steve Tuckwell, the new MP?
It was very close result.
But you lost it.
And as I said at the beginning, it was always going to be one of the more challenging ones. If you haven't won a seat in the 97 result, you know, that's not the ideal terrain to be fighting on in this contest.
If you can't win here with a swing of 7.5% that was necessary after Boris Johnson quit in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, you must be worried about how much progress Labour's making.
We're a few hours off potentially the biggest election swing in Labour's by-election history.
Well,
so
and then we'll change the tone, obviously, of the interview. But, you know...
I mean, you've got a situation where things are very tough for people right now, I would say, because of the mismanagement of the economy under the Conservative Party and the mortgages they're paying and the energy bills that they have got. And, of course, then when they're faced with a potential additional charge, that is going to be a difficult thing. And it gives the Conservative Party something to campaign against and do that. But that is a specific issue to that particular part of the United Kingdom. And, of course, what we want to get from the whole picture we get tonight is what is the national story overall.
I mean, it does sound, doesn't it, Chris, as if it was really down to the ultra-low emission zone and Sadiq Khan's policy. I mean, Steve Tuckwell himself said, wow, as if he couldn't really believe it. And he went on to say that Sadiq Khan lost the election. He and the Conservatives didn't win it, or hold it, I should say.
So, I mean, firstly, congratulations to Steve, because he's a good local candidate, and as well as the ULEZ stuff, there was a lot of local stuff that was threaded through the campaign, and he and his team deserved the victory they've got. Secondly, ULEZ was the defining issue. There are defining issues in every single by-election. There always will be, and there always has been. But thirdly, no one has a clue what Keir Starmer stands for, at all. He flip-flops around. He's playing one day with Just Stop Oil. He then can't, if he can't win a seat like this in a by-election night, he's not on a trajectory to win a general election. And actually, he's going to struggle all around the suburbs of London.
Right. Well, let's have a look at the result in more detail. There are the figures. The Conservative, Steve Tuckwell, is now the MP in Uxbridge and Ruislip because the Conservatives have held it. You can see there 13,965, nearly 500 majority, still very tight and very small. It'll be interesting to see what happens at the general election. Danny Beale's the Labour candidate, who definitely had been predicted to take this seat on 13,470. Everyone else way behind. It really was a two-horse race, and it really does feel as if the ultra-low emission zone has done it. The point that Chris Heaton-Harris has made, John, about no one really knowing what Keir Starmer stands for, do you think that is becoming a problem?
Well, I think clearly in this seat, what was the problem was ULEZ, and the big question is that just a by-election thing that we talk about tonight, and then that is something that isn't a problem in the run-up to the general election? Or is it a problem that there are a lot of places on the outskirts of London where people are more reliant on their cars, places that the Labour Party should be targeting at the next general election, places like Dartford, Harlow, where more people drive within kind of the London boundaries? And the big question for Labour is, do they stick with this policy or do they find some way of dropping it?
Should they stick with it?
Look, in Greater Manchester, where we had a similar thing, the government's put the legal duty on the local authorities and the mayor to tackle this. The scheme originally put forward didn't even cover private cars at all, but it was still very, very unpopular.
Right.
And essentially we've had to go back to government and ask them to give us...
Should there be a pause on this policy?
Well, the directly elected Mayor of London is responsible for this, and they've got to make the decisions on this. But I do go back to that point, that to put a legal duty onto people to make a decision where you've got a genuine problem, so 4,000 people a year dying from toxic air, and then to campaign against that, I think is really quite duplicitous from the Conservative Party. I really do.
Right. I mean, Munira Blaise Bakish, the Liberal Democrat candidate, 526. That's pretty dim.
Blaise fought a great campaign, but this was always going to be a really difficult by-election for us, and we put our resources into where we knew we could win, which is Somerton and Frome, and I think we're about to get the result there, and hopefully you will see a big win for the Liberal Democrats. We're also putting our resources already into Mid-Bedfordshire when Nadine Dorries finally gets around to formally resigning her seat.
Labour's in second place.
All right. So we've marked your cards.
But I think what we're showing is in many parts of the country, we are the main challengers, and that's where we're doing well, and that's where we're focusing our resources.
All right, I'm just going to show you the detailed figures and graphics. You can see here, look how close it is. Conservatives have held it, 45% for the Conservatives, 44% for Labour, and as I say, everybody else way behind. We may be able to show you the swing or the change here. So the Conservatives down 7%, gain by Labour,
by-election where Labour threw everything at this by-election.
Yeah, all right.
That is a disastrous result for Labour, and it is because of both ULEZ, but what people saw in this by-election was Keir Starmer not sure what he should do because he stumbled across an unpopular issue.
All right. Well, let's have a look.
What he's going to do.
Well, let's have a look at the final figure. Let's have a look at the swing. 6.7%. Let's hold that figure in our heads. A swing from Conservative to Labour, to see what that would mean, how significant that swing is, whether it's enough at a national level. We'll pick up with John Curtis in just a moment. I think we might be getting close to a result just before we do in Somerton and Frome. Let's just stay on the pictures here in Somerset, because again, there is a little bit of activity. It looks as if the returning officer or candidates are making their way onto the stage. Yes, in fact, they are. Here we are. Let's just dip into what's going on in Somerton and Frome. We can see there, certainly, Sarah Dyke, who is almost certain in Lib Dem minds to have won this seat. Let's listen to the returning officer as the announcement.
Somerset Council, election of Member of Parliament for the Somerton and Frome constituency. I, Robert Pruitt, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Cork, Lorna Irene Bromley, Christian People's Alliance, 256. Dimmery Martin John, the Green Party candidate, 3,944. Dyke Sarah Joanne, Liberal Democrats, 21,187. Evans, Bruce David, Reform UK, 1,303. Guild, Neil William, Labour Party, 1,009. Mitchell, Rosemary Francis, known as Rosie Mitchell, Independent, 635. Purbrick, Faye Marie, the Conservative Party candidate, 10,179. Richardson, Peter Kevin, UK Independence Party, 275. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Votes are given for more candidates than the voter is entitled to vote for, 13. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 84. And I do hereby declare that Sarah Joanne Dyke has been duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Somerton and Frome constituency.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the returning officer and everyone here who has worked throughout the night, and to my fellow candidates who've been on this roller coaster with me over the last month. A special thank you to my family, friends, and Somerset Council colleagues. It's your love and support that has made this possible, and it's made me put everything into this campaign. This is your victory, as much as it is mine. And the same goes to my election agent, Paul Trollope, my incredible team, led by Ruth Younger, and all the Liberal Democrat volunteers from across the country who have come to Somerset to help us win. And of course, a special thank you to Ed Davey, who has now led our party to 4 historic by-election victories over the Conservatives. Ed has been here so many times during the campaign. And judging by how much he enjoyed our visit to a cider maker recently, I'm pretty sure he's going to be back again soon. Thank you, Ed. And thank you, most of all, to the wonderful people here in Somerset for welcoming me into your homes, your town and parish halls, and your businesses. From Frome to Henstridge, and from Somerton to Wincanton. Thank you for talking to me about your lives and your communities, for sharing your worries and your hopes for the future. I've heard from dairy farmers determined to protect our precious environment and feed our country, from nurses and doctors working all hours of the day out of love and care for their patients, and thriving entrepreneurs creating jobs and driving our county into the future. I promise to be an MP standing up for you in Westminster. Tonight has been a stunning and historic victory for the Liberal Democrats. And it shows once and for all, the Liberal Democrats are back in the West Country. Lifelong Conservative voters have today voted Liberal Democrat for the first time. Thank you for putting your trust in me to deliver for you. I will not let you down. And let me say a particular thank you to all those who usually vote Labour or Green, but lent me your votes this time. There is no doubt that our electoral system is broken, but you have shown that the Conservatives can still be beaten under it. I will work every day to repay your faith and trust in me to be the local MP, taking this woeful government on. I am truly honoured by the faith of the people of Somerton and Frome and the faith that you have put in me tonight. It is humbling to be elected to represent the place my family have lived for generations and farmed for over 200 years. This is a wonderful part of the world. But like so many places across the country, we have been let down and taken for granted for far too long by a tired and out-of-touch Conservative government. While families struggle to put food on the table or pay their mortgage or simply see their GP, this government is too busy being a circus of chaos. Well, the people of Somerton and Frome have said it loud and clear tonight: enough is enough. People have been left without a voice in Somerton and Frome for far too long. That changes right now. Instead of an absent Conservative MP letting you down, you have an active Liberal Democrat MP lifting you up. So to the mother in Milbourne Port who told me how she couldn't get a dentist appointment for her children, I hear you and I will fight for you. To the man who told me how his elderly mother sat on the floor for 13 hours waiting for an ambulance to arrive, I hear you and I will fight for you. To the amazing farmers of Somerset, the custodians of our countryside, you are my family and I hear you and I will fight for you. And to all of you, seeing your energy bills, mortgage payments and food shop go up and up with no end in sight, I hear you and I will fight for you. So to everyone here in Somerton and Frome, no matter how you voted in this election, I hear you and I will fight for you. Thank you.
Sarah Dyke there, clearly delighted, jubilant with her lengthy speech there, thanking everyone, obviously a local candidate and now the MP for Somerton and Frome. Well, Munira Wilson, you called it within minutes of this programme going on air. Just before I get your reaction, I mean, it really is a stunning victory yet again for the Liberal Democrats, and the Conservative candidate completely crushed here. Let's have a look at the figures. Liberal Democrat gain here in the West Country, 21,000 to Faye Purbrick for the Conservatives, almost 11, or just over, I should say, 11,000 behind. So the Liberal Democrats have won Somerton and Frome, and Sarah Dyke is the Liberal Democrat MP. Let's have a look at some of the other figures here. Well, as you can see, 55% of the vote to Sarah Dyke, 26% to the Conservative candidate Faye Purbrick. Let's just have a look at the swing. It'll be substantial. Ooh, plus 28%. I mean, a drop of 30%. That really is sending a signal to Rishi Sunak and the Conservative government. It is actually, you know, pretty well in line with other swings to the Liberal Democrats in by-elections, but then the Liberal Democrats do well in certain by-elections. Oh, there you can see 29% swing from the Conservatives to the Liberal Democrats. We'll get Munira Wilson's thoughts in just a moment, because it is time for the news at 3 o'clock with Nikki Schiller.
Thanks, Joe. The Conservatives have held on to the seat of Uxbridge and South Ruislip, formerly held by the ex-Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Their candidate, Steve Tuckwell, beat the Labour candidate by 495 votes. In his victory speech, Mr Tuckwell credited the Labour Mayor of London for his win.
Sadiq Khan has lost Labour this election in his... And we know that it was his damaging and costly ULEZ policy that lost them this election. I'm humbled and proud to be elected as the MP for the area in which I was born, raised and built a family in, and to represent my home is a huge honour. The pundits expected Labour to win big here, but our community came together, and I am thankful to them and the hundreds of activists that came out to deliver this message. This wasn't the campaign Labour expected, and Keir Starmer and his Mayor Sadiq Khan need to sit up and listen to the Uxbridge and South Ruislip residents. Thank you.
The Liberal Democrats have taken the seat of Somerton and Frome in Somerset from the Conservatives. Even before the result had been declared, the party had predicted that its candidate Sarah Dyke had won the seat. She had a victory margin of more than 10,000 votes over the Tory candidate.
Lifelong Conservative voters have today voted Liberal Democrat for the first time. Thank you for putting your trust in me to deliver for you. I will not let you down. And let me say a particular thank you to all those who usually vote Labour or Green, but lent me your votes this time. There is no doubt that our electoral system is broken, but you have shown that the Conservatives can still be beaten under it.
So we are now waiting for just one more seat to declare. That's Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire. Our political correspondent David Lockhart-Wallace is at the count.
You can see they're counting away quite rapidly here, so things perhaps coming close to some sort of conclusion. I would say, having chatted to people here, it does feel like perhaps slightly more optimism growing on the Labour side, slightly more pessimism growing on the Conservative side, though both sets of supporters saying that things appear to be quite close.
Away from the by-elections, the head of NatWest has apologised to the former UKIP leader Nigel Farage for comments made about him in bank official papers. Dame Alison Rose called them deeply inappropriate. Mr Farage said the apology was only a start after he claimed his account at Coutts Bank was closed because of his political views.
It's always good to get an apology, and particularly from somebody running a bank with 19 million customers. So thank you for the apology, but it does feel ever so slightly forced. The Treasury made her do this. I have no doubt about that. And I do want to say that the rapid reaction we've had from the British government is superb. Full marks to Andrew Griffith, the City Minister. It also felt a bit like not me, Gov. Well, this committee, the Reputational Risk and Wealth Management Committee, was actually set up as a direct result of her review within the bank system into diversity. So for her to sort of say, well, what's been said here doesn't reflect the views of the bank, well, I'm very sorry, but it does.
A walkout by senior doctors in England is causing serious disruption to the NHS, with most routine operations being cancelled. Consultants are staging their most significant action since the 1970s in a dispute over pay. The British Medical Association labelled the government's 6% pay offer as derisory. Ministers say the offer is fair. Russia's foreign ministry has imposed tight travel restrictions on British diplomats working in the country. Moscow says it's a response to the hostile actions of the UK government. It comes amid worsening relations between Moscow and London following the invasion of Ukraine. Diplomats must give at least 5 days' notice and provide extensive travel details if they want to leave a 75-mile free movement zone. Only the British ambassador and 3 senior diplomats are exempt. Staying with the war in the Ukraine, the United States has confirmed that US-supplied cluster bombs are being used in Ukraine as part of its offensive against the occupying Russian forces. The National Security Advisor John Kirby said initial feedback from Kyiv suggested the munitions were being utilised effectively and were already having an impact on Russia's defensive lines. Some NATO members expressed concern over Washington's decision to supply weapons to Kyiv. The bombs can kill indiscriminately over a wide area and are banned in more than 100 countries. Finally, an Edinburgh homeowner has won her battle to keep her front door pink. Miranda Dixon was ordered to change the colour last year after she painted it bright pink, as planners argued it did not meet the standards of a listed property in a World Heritage Site. She repainted it green, but after further complaints, it was changed again to an off-white shade of pink. That colour sparked another complaint, but she has now received approval from officials. A reminder that our colleagues on the BBC News website and app have a live page running with all the latest reaction to the results from the by-election. So you can find that at bbc.co.uk/news or on the BBC News app. Now it's back to Joe and our election special.
Yes, welcome back to this BBC by-election special programme. And we have 2 results. So let me bring viewers up to date, viewers who have just joined us. We heard first of all from Uxbridge and South Ruislip, where, perhaps confounding some of the pundits, the Conservatives have held the seat. The former MP was, of course, the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Steve Tuckwell is now the new Conservative MP. It was incredibly tight. A majority of just 500 over Labour's candidate Danny Beales. And in his victory and acceptance speech, Steve Tuckwell blamed Sadiq Khan, Labour's Mayor of London, for his policy to expand the ultra-low emission zone. So disappointment there for Labour, although they did improve on their vote and on their swing compared to 2019. We've also had the result in Somerton and Frome in Somerset. As predicted, Sarah Dyke had a stunning victory there, the Liberal Democrat candidate, now the Liberal Democrat MP, with an 11,000 majority, just over. So she will be returned as the Liberal Democrat MP. We're hoping to talk to her in just a moment. I think we can talk to her now. Sarah, can you hear me?
I can.
Congratulations to you. How does it feel?
Absolutely fantastic, awe-inspiring, but also very humbling.
Now, what about the economic picture of your constituency? How would you describe it?
Well, in Somerton and Frome, obviously we have quite an affluent area, but obviously there are pockets of deprivation, no different to any other constituency across the country.
So what's your priority going to be in Parliament in terms of representing your constituents?
So we've obviously been campaigning very hard on the cost of living crisis and the issue around the NHS, but also for farmers and countryside issues as well. And those are the things that I'm going to be getting my teeth stuck into immediately as soon as I can.
Right, in terms of farming, as you say, you come from a farming family of long tradition. What would be your priority?
So obviously farmers have been ignored now by this Conservative government for far too long. Obviously we've got the bodged trade deals that farmers are now having to deal with, and I've spoken to many farmers on the doorsteps in their farmyards over the course of the past year, and they're really suffering. Many farmers are on the brink, and obviously we're coming out of the basic payment scheme now. There's now a gap between that and the ELM scheme, and farmers are really suffering.
In terms of the by-elections, of course, are a particular set of elections that occur. You've got a stunning majority here, overturned from the Conservatives, but it could all be different, of course, at a general election, couldn't it?
Well, I think my focus is on the by-election. People know in Somerton and Frome that if they want a hard-working local champion, then they should vote Liberal Democrats. Of course, we've had David Heath here as our MP, a Liberal Democrat MP between 1997 and 2015. And people know of any colour rosette that they remember David Heath as being a hard-working local MP. So if I can be half as good as David, I think I'll be a good MP with a little bit of room to grow.
What do you think you have to achieve between now and a general election in order to hold on to this seat?
People haven't had that representation that they deserve in Somerton and Frome now for far too long. So for me, it's getting out there, being a strong voice, being a champion, giving people the representation that they deserve. They just haven't had it here in Somerton and Frome.
Have you talked at all about a closer relationship with the EU?
For me, the conversation around the EU is very much about building better trading relationships now. I think we've got to take a pragmatic approach to how we develop that relationship. But certainly going back to farmers, we need to make sure that they have the business that they need to be able to develop their businesses, because they are really struggling right now.
Is Ed Davey on his way now to the constituency, even if it is just after 3 o'clock in the morning?
I believe so. I think he's going to be here for the morning.
Yes, I bet he is. Sarah Dyke, congratulations to you. Thank you very much. I can see your supporters there behind you. Enjoy, no doubt, the celebrations that are ongoing. Let's welcome Johnny Mercer, Armed Forces Minister for the government.
I'm not the Armed Forces Minister.
Veterans Minister.
Outside the MOD. We'll get there in the end.
Yeah, we will eventually.
Yes, yes.
It was a pretty dire result for the Conservative candidate and for the Conservatives in general. What message do you think constituents are telling you to change?
Look, I think by-elections are, always really bad predictors for what's going to happen at a general election. I think, you've got a 29% swing there to the Lib Dems, which is pretty artificial, I'd suggest. But good news for the Liberal Democrats for them tonight. But I pay tribute. I was down there on the campaign trail to our candidate, Faye. She's a brilliant local candidate, and to be honest, the activists worked incredibly hard in what was, look, there's no bones about it, it's a really difficult situation, right? We've had a really difficult
because of Rishi Sunak and your government.
Well, no, actually, there's there's a particular issue down there where we've not had an MP for a little while, and we've had a difficult couple of years in government. But everyone can feel the mood is changing, and everyone can feel, you look at the inflation figures this week, things are changing.
Listen, the inflation figure has only just changed. You can't be seeing the mood changing as a result of that on the doorstep, Johnny.
You can feel it. No, you can feel it up here. You can feel it up here. It's been a difficult couple of years, right? Nobody disputes that. It's been a difficult couple of years. But, I'm sorry for Faye,
how nervous are you and your colleagues?
Candidate.
Well, how nervous are you and your colleagues going to be? I mean, this is in the West Country, in Somerton and Frome, where the Liberal Democrats were pretty well obliterated not that long ago. They're back.
Well, I think, as I've said to you, I think, by-elections, I don't personally think this is a particularly good reflection of how people feel in the West Country broadly. I heard the candidates say that, the Lib Dems are back in the West Country. I think that's probably quite a strong shout.
Lifelong Tory voters turning to the Liberal Democrats.
OK, but, this is a by-election. We're in government at the moment. Been in for 13 years, right? I mean, you're not going to expect to do that well in by-elections like this.
Well,
I'm sorry for Faye,
unless you've manage things well.
But no, Joe, I think, look, I think the last couple of years everybody would accept has been very difficult, right? But things have changed, and I can feel they're changing up here, and certainly we can feel they're changing in Plymouth. We've just got to, you know, put our nose to the grindstone and really work hard to get there.
Are you nervous about your seat at the next election as a result of this? I mean, it's not that far away, is it?
Look, I think you wouldn't be human to think, you know, things have not gone particularly well for a couple of years now, right? But I do feel actually that things have changed. I mean, I've been out of government. I've been sacked twice, right? And I'm back in government again, so I wouldn't be there if I didn't think things had changed, right? They have changed.
But has Rishi Sunak delivering? He himself is obviously finding it much harder. He promised he was going to turn things around.
Yeah.
You've lost this by-election. Admittedly, you've kept Uxbridge and Ruislip South just. But not without a swing to the Labour Party. He's not achieving what he thought he could do post-Boris Johnson and post-Liz Truss.
I don't accept that. The guy's been in like 8 months, Joe, and the problems that he's facing are enormous. You look at the migrants coming across the Channel, we've never seen a challenge like that. Inflation, you know, you have the war, we paid everyone's wages during COVID. He's dealing with an extraordinary set of circumstances, and we're beginning to see that tide turn. So I'm afraid I don't accept that at all.
Munira, what do you say? Everything you've heard there from Johnny Mercer, that it will just be this by-election win and things may just turn back at the general election.
Just say bless. He's obviously trying to spin it when he says 29% is an artificial swing. This is the fourth gargantuan by-election the Liberal Democrats have had in this Parliament. Ed Davies, the first leader since Paddy Ashdown in the 1990s to win 4 by-elections in the one Parliament. Sarah absolutely smashed it. 11,000 majority. We absolutely are back in the West Country, Johnny. You look at the local election results in Somerset, in Devon, in Gloucestershire, Cheltenham we're tipped to take at the next general election. We definitely are on the up, and so to sort of brush it off as a bit of a flash in the pan is utterly disingenuous. And you know, David Warburton has been missing in action for the last year. I was out on the doorsteps, people saying to me, we haven't heard from him, he doesn't reply to us. They still remember, as Sarah said in the clip there, they still remember David Heath. They were talking to me about David Heath on the doorsteps, and Sarah Dyke is so popular because of her farming background. She understands what the farmers are facing. She'll be a super champion in Parliament. I can't wait to welcome her on the green benches alongside me.
Did you listen to her interview with The Guardian?
No, well, hang on. We can come back to that sort of detail in just a minute, because I want to talk to the Conservative MP now, Steve Tuckwell in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Congratulations to you, Steve.
Thank you.
You opened your acceptance speech with wow. Was that because you couldn't quite believe it?
Well, you know, through this campaign, you know, the pundits and the pollsters have been predicting a big Labour win here. So, you know, to be elected in the constituency where I've spent all of my life, born here, raised a family here and worked here, is an incredible privilege. So I think wow was an appropriate term.
I mean, you talked about Sadiq Khan losing this election for Labour. That was really it. You admitted it. It wasn't anything you did or the Conservatives have done. It's that Sadiq Khan, with his ultra-low emission zone, lost it for Labour.
Well, you know, I've been knocking on thousands of doors, as have the many hundreds of volunteers that have been supporting me for the last 5 weeks. And the number one message that's been coming from those front doors has been absolute opposition to the expansion of ULEZ into this community. It would devastate small business. It would cost families up to £4,500 a year. And their voice is now going to reverberate back to City Hall. Sadiq Khan, after ignoring this community, now needs to listen, because I wasn't expected to win this election, but the people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip have elected me, and their voice is loud and clear.
Except the irony is the ultra-low emission zone was actually introduced by Conservative Mayor, the former Conservative Mayor Boris Johnson, and it is a Conservative government that has legislated for targets to be in place to reduce levels of air pollution. So how are you going to do that without a policy like the ultra-low emission zone?
Well, it was Sadiq Khan that took the decision to expand ULEZ into outer London. It's not needed. It's absolutely not going to improve air quality. We've got good air quality already in outer London.
Have you?
He was hammering motorists, declaring war on motorists here in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. This constituency was at the western front of that war, hammering motorists to the tune of £4,500 a year. So this by-election result is the voice of the people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip. He now needs to listen to that voice and stop this ULEZ expansion into this community.
So it was a one-issue campaign for you, but politics is a lot broader than just one issue, and the cost of living crisis that people talk about across the country is as a result, many people feel, of a Conservative government. How do you explain that?
Well, there was a strong link to the cost of living difficulties that even myself was experiencing, and that was, you know, this expansion was going to hammer families to the tune of £4,500 a year. It would devastate small businesses. So, you know, people were open their minds to that and have spoken in this by-election. You know, we need to be sending that message, which we've done tonight, to Sadiq Khan to stop the ULEZ expansion into Uxbridge and South Ruislip and out of London.
Steve Tuckwell, there. Thank you very much. Congratulations again. Let's talk to Sir John Curtis and get some context and analysis of both those by-election results. Let's start with Uxbridge and South Ruislip. 500 votes in it. Very close, John.
Very close, but for Labour, deeply disappointing, as we've been saying. The swing required in Uxbridge was only of the order of 7.5%. In the end, Labour fell a little short, but given the Labour Party had managed to record 11% swings in the last three by-elections that have been held, all of them in safe Labour seats, you would have expected Labour to pick this seat up. I think it's interesting about the way in which both sides are focusing on the ULEZ issue. Now, on the Conservative side, to be honest, I'm not sure Mr Sunak would necessarily have regarded the interview that Mr Tuckwell has had with you as particularly helpful, because there was no attempt by Mr Tuckwell to suggest that this by-election result was evidence that Mr Sunak's 5 tests were working, or that this was evidence that in fact the government had turned the corner. I think Conservative Central Office would have preferred it if he had expressed that point of view, and maybe there's an implicit acknowledgement here that maybe this by-election is exceptional. That said, on the Labour side, I think we can see two possible contrary arguments emerging. On the one hand, leadership may well want to say, well, this is a clear warning. If we start talking about increasing spending and increasing taxes, then we are at risk of losing the lead that we have got. On the other hand, others will be saying, well, if frankly enthusiasm for the Labour Party is so thin that a local issue like this could upend what should have been a successful victory campaign, then maybe there are questions to be asked about what Labour are offering. So I can see this adding to the debate that's going on inside the Labour Party about the stance that it should be offering to the electorate.
Yes, it does pose something of a dilemma. I will talk to Jonathan Reynolds in just a moment as to whether there should be any change in terms of what they are doing on issues like this. Let's have a look at Somerton and Frome. I mean, that is a stunning victory, as predicted, for Sarah Dyke, who is now the MP. 11,000 majority, just over. Maybe not a surprise, but still a stunning victory for them.
It is stunning, and I think it's worth bearing in mind how remarkable the Liberal Democrat performance has been in some by-elections in this Parliament. This is actually the 5th biggest swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrat in any post-war by-election. But 2 of the by-elections in which the swing was even higher was in Tiverton and Honiton and in North Shropshire in this Parliament. And I think, in a sense, this comes back to something much earlier tonight, which is this really sharp contrast between the ability of the Liberal Democrats to do remarkably well in some by-elections at the Conservatives' expense, but not so far being able to translate this into a wider level of support for the party across the country. Now, we've heard Liberal Democrat MPs say more than once during the night, well, their focus is on individual constituencies and trying to win those. Yes, that's true. But I think the party would also have hoped to have been enjoying something of a wider revival, given its ability to do well in these constituencies. Now, 2 other things to pick out on this result. One is, I think we should acknowledge that, by my reckoning, this is the best ever performance by a Green candidate in a parliamentary by-election at just over 10%. It beats the previous record in Norwich North. And secondly, note, just to add to Labour's disappointment, at least for now, 5th in this by-election. Their vote very clearly squeezed by Liberal Democrats. The Liberal Democrats did manage to squeeze the Labour vote here. I haven't been able to check it out, but I'm kind of asking myself has Labour come fifth in a parliamentary by-election at all recently before?
Well, we'll let you ponder that question that you've set yourself, John. Although just before you go, just briefly, on a national swing at a general election, that the levels that the Labour Party need to reach in terms of securing a majority?
Well, on the conventional calculation, on the current boundaries, we don't yet have the estimates for the new ones. We're talking about a 12% swing. If the swing is the same everywhere, of course, it won't necessarily be so. But I think certainly we would say that a swing of around 7% of the kind that we saw in Uxbridge would point us rather more to a hung parliament than to a Labour overall majority. But in truth, given that the Conservatives will find it difficult to find any party willing to help them to sustain a minority administration, even this performance in Uxbridge probably still would point to Labour forming the next government.
John Curtis, thank you very much for the moment. Let's go to Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire. Of course, it's the final by-election. We've yet to get an announcement from there, but we're told also it may not be that far away. So we'll stick with the pictures while we talk to the panel there in Selby and Ainsty as the counting continues in North Yorkshire. Interesting, Johnny Mercer, what John Curtis was saying. There was no enthusiasm for Rishi Sunak or Rishi Sunak's 5 pledges. In fact, it'd be interesting to know if people in Uxbridge and South Ruislip could name the 5 pledges there. Do you accept that?
Well, no, I don't, because I think it's really hard to understand why, the specific reason why people go out to vote. We can guess at that, but clearly
we know from Steve Tutwell it was pretty well all about the ultra-low emission zone, not because they really
he didn't say that, Joe, did he? He didn't say no one's interested in Rishi Sunak. He said that this was clearly an issue around ULEZ, which is very clear, but that doesn't mean that no one's interested in Rishi Sunak and that people just think he's not doing very well. That's not true at all.
But he didn't talk about an enthusiasm for it. Does that worry you? We showed earlier the approval ratings of the 3 leaders, and Rishi Sunak's approval rating has plummeted.
Look, it's been a difficult 8 or 9 months for Rishi. I think it's been a difficult time for for the entire party. We came into this and we inherited a very difficult situation. But in my view,
another Conservative government.
The more I see go out on doors and people see of Rishi Sunak, actually, I find it in the reverse. So, look, you can, this is obviously a difficult time and a difficult night for the Conservatives when in places like Somerton and Frome. But no, I don't think it's a rejection of Rishi at all. I mean, he literally didn't mention that. I mean, you're insinuating.
No, but it's the omission. It's the omission.
It doesn't matter.
No, he didn't even talk about him.
You just insinuated that he didn't.
All right. Well, you can rely on the counterfactual in that sense. But I mean, he didn't talk about it, and he didn't.
ULEZ came up as an issue, right? Absolutely. And, the local candidate there has run a really strong campaign on it. And I'm sure that what the Prime Minister's doing, actually, I find people want him to focus on stuff like that and get it done. His 5 priorities and all the other things. I think he's inherited an incredibly difficult situation and he's doing well.
He's inherited it from a previous Conservative government. I mean, it's not like he's inherited it from a different party, has he?
Well, no, I mean, I have said that as well, Joe, haven't I?
Failure of previous Conservative governments.
It's been a pretty difficult couple of years in terms of how we've changed government. People are feeling the pinch. But this idea that, he's done nothing. I mean, cost of living came up there. Every single one of those constituents who voted overnight was £3,300 better off towards their energy bills from helping the cost of living. His relentless focus on inflation that started to come down yesterday. These are the things that are having a real impact. And I think as people begin to feel that in their pockets, things will change.
I mean, Johnny, it could get far more difficult for Labour, couldn't it? You should have taken this seat of Uxbridge and Ruislip South. The swing isn't big enough to guarantee a majority, with all the caveats that we know about using a by-election result or the swing in a by-election towards Labour, even though you didn't win that seat in terms of any predictions at national election. But you must be disappointed.
Because you're disappointed, when you've got a situation where you want to win as many seats as possible and you don't win one. I mean, I thought the interview with our new parliamentary colleague, the new Conservative MP, was absolutely fair. It was you, Les. That is the issue that has clearly changed this. And I know because we've had, under Keir Starmer, we've had sensational local election results, we've had sensational by-elections like Wakefield, very significant swings. So expectations rise, and then people think, oh, of course, here's a contest we'll do. But it doesn't work like that. There are distinct electoral battlegrounds. And I would just say, look what we know already. I mean, look at that result in Somerton and Frome. Look what we're expecting to receive when the result comes in Selby. There are more Somertons and Selbys than there are Uxbridges because of the specificity of this local issue in the campaign. So, look, if we're going to try and draw things out, we'll take it from the full picture. And I know expectations are high, but look, when you've got a very resonant local issue, it can become the dominant issue of a by-election campaign. We've known that from the past. We've seen it here. But even with that, the Conservatives holding that seat on a much reduced majority, 1% in it, a majority under 500, well, that's not a resounding endorsement when it's a sitting Conservative seat.
Well, it may not be a resounding endorsement, but I should think they'll be cheering in Conservative central office, won't they?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it provides a wider question of what the Conservatives and Labour decide to do in that sort of donut bubble area around London, because obviously ULEZ is not a problem that's just not going away. And obviously we've seen from tonight that it really resonates with issues on both sides. So is Labour going to continue with that policy? Really want to hear from Keir Starmer what he actually thinks about it, because he's obviously been on the fence about this issue. Will he decide to keep to it, or will he say to Sadiq Khan, actually, you know what, as we're coming up to election that we think could be so close that you could be on a swing, which will see you get a hung parliament, but not majority. Is he going to do something to change that policy ahead of that election?
Right. Is Rishi Sunak going to come out of the 3 by-elections? We don't know yet what's going to happen in Selby and Ainsty, but having held one, and as we wait to hear what's happening in North Yorkshire, not as bad a night as perhaps he'd thought.
But you look at that swing in Somerton and Frome, and Johnny knows he's a West Country MP. His seat's a Labour-facing seat, but loads of those seats in the West Country used to be gold, all like classic Paddy Ashdown territory, Yeovil, very close to Somerton and Frome. Lots of places in Cornwall used to be Lebbed and held. Then 2015 election came along. You bulldozed through them all, took them over. Those seats weren't in play. You didn't have to worry about them in 2017 or 2019. You were able to go on and conquer the blue, the red wall, etc., etc. The next election, you're going to have a fight in those red wall seats. Those seats in the West Country will be back in play again. And then you've got the problem in the South East, where you've got the Lib Dems nipping at your heels in places like Surrey, surrounding London.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair analysis. I just personally don't think you're going to see a 29% swing to Liberal Democrats. I think that clearly, you're absolutely right in terms of the history of the place. And I think colleagues in Liberal Democrat seats will absolutely accept that. I just think a 29% swing is not in the real world.
But there's loads of seats in that area which much smaller Tory majorities.
I don't dispute
the Lib Dems
that.
could easily take on a much smaller swing.
They could. So some of them do require smaller swings. But actually, if you look at the 2019 results, okay, the Liberal Democrats, there was not a resurgence that was expected and predicted by many of the Liberal Democrats down in that part of the world. I think I'll come back to what I said at the beginning. This is a by-election. It's a 29% swing. I don't think we will see a 29% swing to the Liberal Democrats in the West Country in the general election.
There are 30 Conservative seats where we need less than a 10% swing for the Liberal Democrats to win them.
Yeah.
Your colleagues, whether that's in Wimbledon, whether that's in Carshalton and Wallington, Esher and Walton, Wimbledon, Cheltenham, places like that, Cheadle, Harrogate, they're going to be looking over their shoulders. And they're going to be very concerned.
This idea that MPs are not looking over their shoulders all the time is for the birds. Of course,
no, because you've taken people for granted. That's why we're doing so well against you in these areas, because you've taken people for granted. You don't listen to them. You don't respond to their concerns.
OK, I mean, I obviously think
how nervous do you think colleagues will be on the basis that it will take
colleagues are nervous, right? Because it's been a very difficult time during the country. The last couple of years have been extraordinarily turbulent at a national level in the Conservative Party. So it wouldn't be human if you were not nervous. That said, people are beginning to feel that actually, under this Prime Minister, things have changed. People are beginning to feel it up here. We've got to press that across the country. We've got to do that down in places like Plymouth.
Why do you think the polls are still putting Labour 20 points ahead? I mean, if you're saying that people are feeling it, they would be coming down, wouldn't they? There would be a closer gap between Labour and the Tories.
I'll tell you why, Joe, because in Plymouth, Labour are winning with less than what they got when they lost last time. All right, so there is no enthusiasm whatsoever for Keir Starmer to come out and vote for him. Right, so our voters are all staying at home. They're not coming out because they're annoyed with the Conservative Party, and I totally understand that. Right, they're not then going from that to voting for Keir Starmer. Right, so that means there is a real clear opportunity there to go out, to get them back, to show what this government's about, to show what Rishi Sunak's about, and get in at the next general election. I strongly believe that.
What I would say is, remember when we sat here in these very same seats, Joe, for the local election results, and this is exactly the same script the Conservative Party had. Well, actually, they said Rishi Sunak's actually popular. People really like him. This is a vote on the older Conservative Party. Well, where's the evidence of that? They said people are staying at home, they're not switching to Labour, and then these swings come in, showing these tremendous tectonic shifts to any opposition party to beat the Conservative Party. Well, the evidence is against that, and again, this idea that
Jonathan,
the numbers are really clear.
But the question is, why isn't Keir Starmer more popular? Why isn't there more demonstrative enthusiasm for the Labour leader?
With respect,
I'll come to you in a minute.
Say, Keir Starmer has turned the Labour Party round since 2019 in a way which has no precedent in history. Look at our by-election results. Look at our local election results. Look at the polling. Look at the position the Labour Party is in. What more could anyone have done? And yet, I feel sometimes...
To get you over that line.
But I feel sometimes if we win a general election and he's walking up Downing Street, you guys will be sitting here going, oh, this is a disaster for Labour. The last thing Labour wanted to do was win a general election.
No.
There's a point where the evidence stacks up against it, and you just have to...
There's something not baked into this, right? Because the more people see Keir Starmer, the more they're like, wow, we do not want this guy anywhere near.
Well, what evidence have you got of that?
Because I go out and this guy has never stuck to a policy. He's never stuck to a policy. He changed his mind on absolutely everything. That ULEZ candidate...
Really? A politician not sticking to a policy?
Yeah, he was for ULEZ, right up until the last week, and then he changed his mind. The biggest problem Labour have got is that people are not stupid, and they see that, and they're like, wow, these guys don't actually believe in anything at all.
What happened to the 2019 manifesto, though, Johnny? Have you stuck to that?
We stuck to large parts of it, certainly the bits that I've been working hard on around veterans' care, establishing an office for Veterans Affairs.
Foreign aid bit, or the pension
and clearly we've had the war in Ukraine and we've had COVID, right? But on key principles like
low taxation,
immigration and things like that, the immigration bill
immigration has gone up.
No, in terms of legislation. In
and
terms of legislation, we passed the migration bill this week.
All right, just tell me one thing on that.
First time a political party is trying to do something about it.
Yeah, what is going to change? What's going to be the material difference now that bill, illegal migration bill, is on the statute book?
Well, look, we've seen a lot of different policies try and tackle what is a growing and multifaceted issue, and we want to see an effect from that, the deterrent effect of people coming over.
But nothing
the
will
channel,
change to someone who arrives in a small boat across the channel tomorrow than it would have done yesterday.
Well, it does, but you know, we have to break the model of those who are bringing people over, right? And so there's a balance here around deterrence and stuff like this. So I think there's not one silver thing that is going to completely solve this issue.
No.
You have to have a number of different things. One is around deterrence and what this bill is, and there are some good measures in that bill.
I mean, is there going to be enough of a distinction between what Rishi Sunak and the Conservatives have been doing and say they'll continue to do and what Keir Starmer is offering? This accusation of flip-flopping, this accusation of dropping all of the pledges in the leadership, you're right to point out the Conservatives have dropped much of their manifesto, but is it going to harm Keir Starmer more?
We haven't dropped much of our manifesto.
You have, there's the whole loads of it, and there's the whole bit...
Some of it hasn't been done, right?
It's only
but to say that we're even in the same league as some of these flip-flops.
They were promises to voters that you've not kept. There's loads of your manifesto you've not kept. Look at the pledges that Rishi Sunak made just a few months ago.
Yeah, he said he'd do it in a year, right? Have we had a year?
No. Loads of his pledges from the leadership campaign. He's had to bin, like charging people £10 to go to their GP. Got rid of that one. There's loads of bits he had to get rid of, and you're not delivering on any of the 5 pledges.
You yourself have admirably said it's been a turbulent time. There have been really radical changes of policy. I mean, Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt's whole pitch is they're going to clean up the damage Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng called. And you're talking about other people flip-flopping. We've had the most dramatic changes of policy within an incumbent political party being in power for 13 years that I think we've ever seen in this country.
You have had dramatic changes.
Real big change. And you frankly talked about that, and then you're criticising, frankly, a consistent move from the Labour Party to return back to the mainstream and win the trust of the British people. But you've seen massive differences.
No, there's a crucial difference here, right? Is that you've changed leader, right? So you had Jeremy Corbyn, obviously complete bin fire, got rid of that, and you've got Keir Starmer in. If he then stuck to what he said, then at least people would know what they're standing for. But the truth is, like, literally says one policy one week and people are tuning out because they know the next week, as soon as that hits reality, he's going to change his mind. And he's done it on 6 or 7 issues, even in the last week.
I completely disagree with that.
And that's
let Jonathan answer.
The crucial thing is
How
this.
can you reject that?
When you've had an economic situation like we have, and we are frank about that, there isn't a lot of money to spend. The cost of government borrowing is going up. People are paying hundreds of pounds more on their mortgages because of the things you yourself have criticised on your own side, the Liz Truss government in particular. We cannot simply pretend that situation doesn't exist. So we've got to be frank with people and say, look, yes, we do not like the 2-child limit. We recognise the huge growth in poverty over the last 13 years. But unless I can come on here and say, this is exactly how I pay for it, I've got to acknowledge I can't promise that straight away.
Absolutely a case in point. Right?
Is it a good policy? Is it a good policy, the 2-child limit?
I think it's a fair policy.
You think it's still a fair policy?
And yes, I do think it's a fair policy. And you've had this over the years. The names I've been called for being a Tory MP because of this policy, cruel, barbaric and all the rest of it.
But you still think it's a good policy?
No, that's their view. That's not my view, right? Their view is that it's a cruel and barbaric. And then suddenly they're doing exactly the same thing.
All right.
The British people
We're acknowledging we can't promise
stupid.
to get rid of it on day one. That is not the same. We do not
people
agree
are
with
stupid,
that ethos
right?
of
They
right.
see the kind of hand-wringing and then actually will do that policy.
All right, well, let's bring
And they're
Munira.
like,
Munira,
I'm
listening
not
to
gonna
these
vote for
two argue, bicker, debate, whatever.
bickering, we're having a debate,
you are.
Joe.
I said I offered at least 3 words to describe it. But on the important point of what Liberal Democrats will be able to achieve at a general election, it's true, you're right, you need around a 10% swing in many of the seats that you are targeting. How confident are you? Would you like to make a prediction about how many seats that you could take at the next general election in that part of the country?
I've learnt my lesson the hard way through various elections.
Well, you've done it now, so you might as well continue.
Never make a prediction, but we are very well placed in swathes of Conservative seats across the blue wall, and that's across the country, and we're best placed to take those seats. And if we want to get the Conservatives out of Downing Street, we need to be winning those seats. Labour can't do it, frankly, on their own without us winning in those seats, and we are working very, very hard to make sure that we beat them at the next election.
Is one of the things that's helping you, the accusation that Liberal Democrats are often NIMBYs, not in my backyard. And housing, although it was, I think, 5th on the list of priorities for voters, housing is absolutely critically important and will no doubt be so at the next general election. But you say one thing nationally about wanting to build houses, about wanting to expand, and a very different thing locally.
Can I say that's absolutely not true? So, in Somerton, look, in Frome.
Disgraceful. Say one thing locally and another thing nationally. Never seen that.
In Frome, the Liberal Democrat Council is building eco-friendly social housing there, working with the community to put that in. In Lib Dem run Kingston, we've got a huge social housing building project. In Lib Dem run in the Lake District, where the Lib Dems are running the council, in Eastleigh, in South Cambridgeshire, we've got massive house building projects. Our approach is not the Conservative approach, which is essentially let the developers choose where they build and build luxury homes that local people can't afford. It's working with local communities to
build any homes.
And can I just say, those areas that I've talked, those areas that I've talked about, where Lib Dem councils are building housing, week after week, I hear the Conservative MPs in those constituencies actually opposing them. So
would you welcome mandatory housing targets right across the country?
No, because that's what...
Why not?
Because that's what...
I thought we were in favour of houses being built. Well, hang on. You've got rid of the mandatory housing targets.
I tell you why, because the target... No, it's not Change Live on air, Johnny. Let me finish answering the question.
Sorry.
The mandatory housing targets was leading to this developer-led approach where, essentially, developers are putting up, to meet these housing targets, developers are allowed to put up these luxury houses that local young people who grow up in the area and key workers, and we see this in my own constituency, can't afford to buy. It's one of the reasons why I actually achieved a change in the law in this Parliament to ensure that publicly owned assets, particularly like by police authorities, for example, when they're selling off police stations, can actually be sold below market value so that we can develop affordable housing, social housing, GP surgeries. Because at the moment, because the Conservatives are leaving so many public services underfunded, when we are selling off public sector assets in the NHS or the police service, they're being sold for top dollar to private developers, which is...
well, the question still stands. If we don't build enough houses, all houses become unaffordable. That's the problem.
And we're 100% committed to that. We just have a different approach to it.
Totally behind it, but, you know, they've got to be a special criteria.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. But the thing is, Johnny, without mandatory...
We don't take a top-down authoritarian approach like you two do. We work with our local community.
They have. They've just scrapped the mandatory housing target. But, Johnny, what do you say to Simon Clarke, your Conservative colleague, who is desperate for mandatory housing targets? And he says you are selling out on young people, the younger generation, who will not be able to afford to rent, never mind to buy, or can't afford to rent or buy, because you will not get those houses built without those targets. Is he wrong?
Look, Simon's got his view on it. I think lots of colleagues have different views on how to achieve this, right? And the truth is, we obviously are behind the curve on house building, but we have built more than others have
just recently, and we don't need to trade stats. We know that there aren't enough homes being built.
We have over the last 13 years. We have built more houses than everyone else, and I agree with you. That's a good thing. But are we where we need to be? No. Do we need to do more? Absolutely. Simon's got his view. The Prime Minister's view is that top-down housing targets are not the way to deliver at the moment. Fantastic.
And you agree with it?
Support from the Liberal Democrats. Yeah, absolutely. But I think clearly we've got to do more in that space, because I want everyone to own their own home.
What would you like to see the Prime Minister look at housing? Because I think this is such an issue that you're talking.
Yeah, it's huge.
You're talking about the people that you need to woo over from Labour, right? Not the core Tory voters that you're confident aren't going to Labour. So is housing an offer that Rishi Sunak needs to step up on?
So you look at Help to Buy, and you look at the various initiatives that have come in over the years. Actually, you have seen, you have people still buying housing. You have seen more house ownership and house building going on. However, there's clearly more to do, because people who work in my constituency, right, it is...
home ownership is not going up, Johnny.
The amount of house building. The amount of house building.
And earlier on you were saying that you just thought, inflation's coming down, it'll all get more positive for the Tories, and we'll think, they're great again. That's just a load of rubbish, because even if inflation does come down, interest rates aren't going to dramatically come down overnight. And thousands of people, have you had to renew your mortgage recently? Because I did. My interest rate doubled, and there are thousands of people every month, and the closer we come to the election, more and more of those people will have found that their payments have gone up massively.
Yeah, so I don't dispute, right, the remortgaging at the moment is incredibly difficult, and interest rates are making life incredibly difficult.
Do you still blame Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng for that?
The issue, you've seen direct interventions from this government on that. You've also seen how that is an issue across Europe. You've also seen how that's driven by, we paid everyone's wages during the COVID, essentially with the furlough scheme, right? And people are not stupid, and they recognise this. So I don't dispute that's incredibly difficult.
This isn't people on the breadline. This isn't people on minimum wage. This is a lot of people who've got pretty good jobs, earn a pretty good amount of money, and suddenly the sums just don't add up anymore.
Absolutely, and that is an incredibly difficult, which is why...
You don't have an answer on it.
Yes, because that is why... halving inflation is Rishi Sunak's top priority in this country at the moment, because that is going to have the most direct impact on that.
It's also, people will look at the wider picture, I think, Johnny, and they'll say, look, inflation in the US 3%, in the Eurozone 5.5%. The fact is that, yes, there have been some real pressures, external pressures from Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. But this country was far too exposed to these pressures going into this crisis, far too much dependence on fossil fuels, the way that sets electricity price, and the exposure, therefore, we had, even though the quantity of Russian gas coming into the UK was small, our exposure to that was massive. So many workers waiting for NHS care and can't get into the labour market. That's an inflationary pressure that's not getting better. Those waiting lists are going up. The Brexit deal, the additional checks on food and agricultural products between the European Union and the UK, which we don't need because we've got similar standards, we could do a deal on that. These are all real inflationary pressures. Actually, before you came on, we had a bit of a discussion on this. There is no secret plan to fight inflation from Rishi Sunak. It's to let the Bank of England use monetary policy and then try and resist paying public sector workers less money than you've actually settled on, to try and say other political parties, if they'd been in power, would have a higher rate of inflation.
Yeah, well, we're going to come back to that in a minute. Hold
Reduce
that
fossil
thought,
fuel
because
exposure, do that deal with the European Union, part of our Making Brexit Work policy.
EU?
No, you know that's not true. Do that deal on agricultural products as part of our Making Brexit Work policy.
All right.
Scrap the non-dom tax regime, put that into the NHS workforce.
All right.
Drive down inflation.
We'll come back to the discussion about whether Keir Starmer has got a radically different plan to reduce inflation. We're going to go to our remaining by-election scene. There's David Wallace-Lockhart standing there. Are we any closer to a result, David?
It feels quite imminent here, Joe. They've got the stage all set up. There are a lot of cameras pointing at it, waiting for a declaration. We're waiting still for the two candidates who are really the two main dogs in the fight here, the Conservative and the Labour candidates, Claire Holmes from the Conservatives and Keir Mather for Labour, to arrive. But it looks like they could be coming quite soon. Chatting to people here, Labour seem to be feeling a bit optimistic, and one Conservative I was chatting to said they felt that they hadn't quite managed to hold on to the seat and it would go to Labour, but in their words, not by much. We shouldn't have too much longer to wait to find out how this has gone. Of course, if Labour do manage to win this seat, it's a 20,000 plus Conservative majority, a true blue North Yorkshire Conservative seat, not far from where the Prime Minister has his own constituency. And if Labour do manage to overturn that, that will be the biggest majority they've ever overturned in a by-election. So some victory for them, and will perhaps take the sting out of that result that's taken place in Uxbridge tonight.
I don't suppose you know what the turnout there is, do you, so far in Selby and Ainsty? I think we had the other two around 44 and 46% in Uxbridge and Ruislip and in Somerton and Frome. Maybe it's similar where you are, you may not know.
45% was the turnout here, Joe. I think that was around 38,000 in terms of raw numbers. So if there's one thing we can say about these constituencies, they might be different, but in terms of turnout by-election, all seems to be fairly following the same pattern there.
It does indeed. Thank you very much, David Wallace-Lockhart. We'll come back to you as soon as we get any idea of a result. It's 10 to 4. We thought it would be around this time for Selby and Ainsty as the last by-election result to come in. Let's pick up with Sir John Curtis and sort of test the temperature of where we are. What do you make of the night so far, John?
Well, I think certainly that is the question that's going to be much debated in the wake of these results, irrespective of whether Selby in the end does go to Labour, as perhaps seems more likely, or whether Labour fall just short. At the moment, we certainly could be looking at the possibility of all three parties picking up one of the seats and therefore having something to celebrate. But the question will be, which of these by-election results provides the better guide?
Yes.
Is it the relatively good Conservative performance in Uxbridge, where the party's votes down by 7.5%, or is it the near 30% drop in Conservative support in Somerton and Frome? And what is certainly, given what David has just told us, looks as though it's going to be quite a substantial drop in Selby and Ainsty. Now, I think in truth, given that the Conservatives themselves seem to be acknowledging that the local issue of ULEZ played a significant role in Uxbridge, that it may well be in the end we have to come to the judgment that it's Selby and Somerton that provide us with a better guide. And to that extent at least, although Uxbridge will provide Rishi Sunak with some immediate cover, maybe in the end the message from these by-elections is that the Conservatives are indeed in considerable electoral trouble along the lines that the polls are suggesting. But yeah, we'll wait to see exactly what Selby comes up with. One other kind of historical precedent for all of this.
Yes.
The last time I can think of a by-election, two by-elections on the same day, where the government ends up successfully defending what looked like a marginal seat and then losing heavily what seemed to be a safe one. You have to go back to 1977, the Labour government at that time. Labour managed to hold on to Grimsby, where I think Austin Mitchell, the television presenter, fought what many thought was a rather effective local campaign, but at the same time lost the Ashfield constituency, a constituency the Conservatives, by the way, picked up again much more recently in 2019, in the wake of the decision of the then Labour MP David Marquand to go off and become a European Commissioner, and that seemed to cause a certain amount of disquiet locally. Now, in the end, it has to be said that it was the adverse result for Labour in Ashfield that proved to be the more reliable guide to the direction in which Labour's support was going than the rather good result achieved in Grimsby.
Can I ask you one other thing? When we're talking about by-elections and the results, particularly your theme around which one is the sort of best indicator, if you like, of where the parties are. Is there enough from these by-election results, do you think, for Rishi Sunak or even Keir Starmer to change what they're doing or to do anything different, or would this be a holding pattern?
Oh, I think the honest truth is that these by-elections raise question marks for both of them. It clearly raises a question mark for Labour how it was possible, as we were saying earlier, for its campaign in Uxbridge to be apparently derailed by a local issue, and does that raise questions about the potential fragility of support for Labour more broadly? But equally, the question mark for Rishi Sunak is, well, we've got a different Prime Minister, but yet again, another collapse in the wake of a Liberal Democrat challenge, and maybe a particularly bad result in Selby, which may go down as one of the biggest swings from Conservative to Labour in by-election history. So the honest truth is, I think both of our two biggest party leaders have been left with something to think about in the wake of these results.
John Curtis, thank you very much. We'll come back to you, of course, for more analysis. When we get Selby and Ainsty, as you said, it could be historic if Labour actually take that and overturn that majority there. Natasha, just picking up on what John Curtis said about which is going to give us the best or better indicator, Somerton and Frome, that drop, huge drop for the Conservatives there, the Conservative candidate. Do you think for Conservative MPs, not just in that area, but generally, that will be a salutary message?
I don't think it will be the message that we take away from tonight. I think we're all thinking that, well, I'm personally thinking that Selby will be a more interesting bellwether for more of the country, I think, than either Uxbridge or Somerton. Uxbridge, I think, obviously we've mentioned the ULEZ issues, we've mentioned it's very, very local, it's a very, very different seat. I think Selby will be more of a bellwether for that. But obviously, you know, the Tories will be looking at, you know, the blue wall crumbling, and, you know, Rishi Sunak needs to get his message together for what he's going to say to those people that could lose out on that.
And again, there has been talk of a reshuffle. A reshuffle by Rishi Sunak, waiting perhaps to get these results, to make that decision, not least because Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, announcing that he's quitting. He's going to quit as an MP, and stand down, and also from the Cabinet. What have you been hearing?
There's been whispers the last few days it's possible it could happen as soon as Friday. I guess we're in Friday now quite soon. And I think the fact that he did manage to hold on to, Rishi Sunak managed to hold on to one of those 3 seats, he's not quite as wounded as we thought he might be, and so therefore he might feel more able to pull off some sort of reshuffle. But, I mean, in the 9 months he's had in charge, he's been constantly moving his top team because of the characters he picked in the first place. So he lost Gavin Williamson pretty quickly, then he lost Nadeem Zahawi, then he lost Dominic Raab, and so it's just been this constant shuffling of the top team, but it's kind of been the same issues. He hasn't really changed anything.
He's not had a major reshuffle, though, has he?
But is he going to be ambitious here? You know, is he going to get rid of someone like Jeremy Hunt or not?
Let's just have a listen at Selby and Ainsty. Is that somebody getting set up there?
Results that I would like to share with candidates and their agents. So if candidates and agents can follow Barry with his hand up in the doorway, we're going to go out of the doorway and turn right. And I will share the provisional results with candidates and agents. Out of the door, turn right, please. Thank you.
Well, let's hope they don't go home accidentally following that announcement. But it does look as if we're getting to the point where they're going to where they're going to be told, the candidates and their agents, what the result is in Selby and Ainsty. So we will keep a close eye because it doesn't sound like it's going to be too long. What was your response to Ben Wallace's announcement?
Oh, look, Ben's been in defence for 4 years. He's worked hard. He's done well in Ukraine, and he's been in politics since 1999, and he wants a break, and everybody's entitled to that.
No, but are you disappointed, surprised that by his announcement?
Well, I think anybody who's been in politics that long, every time you get to an election, you're going to be making those sorts of decisions. You know, being in politics is hard. He's got a family, particularly in the jobs that he's done, where, you know, he's been security minister, then defence minister. I think it's entirely understandable. And, you know, if that's what he wants to go and do, good luck to him, and I wish him all the best.
I mean, is this a good time for a reshuffle, do you think, by Rishi Sunak? I mean, he's obviously got to fill that post.
I don't know. I don't think Rishi's talked about a reshuffle at all. I think it's been obviously it's been talked about in the media and elsewhere. I don't think Rishi's talked about that.
Natasha?
Rishi has not mentioned
he's not mentioned
reshuffle.
it, but his top team are definitely looking at it. And obviously, like now,
fine, but
Ben's
hang on, let us.
Obviously, now Ben has said he's going to step down, right? He's created a vacancy, and you know, for Rishi Sunak, he should be looking at doing it this side of the summer. Otherwise, you know, all you guys go off for your break, and then he's got a whole summer of speculation.
Well, it's not quite a break, is it? Because we go and work hard in our constituency.
Yes.
To slightly rally against it, we're getting 6 weeks.
But there is a recess away from Parliament. I mean, what are you hearing in terms of a replacement for Ben Wallace?
I think there's some sort of talk at the top of government about whether they want someone who is, you know, a sort of Rishi Sunak similar vein, basically someone that's not going to quite fight as hard as maybe Ben Wallace did on defence spending, and someone that might look after the pennies a little bit better, someone like John Glenn. But yes, obviously for Rishi Sunak, I think there was obviously a little bit of tension between him and Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace kept, you know, is always going to ask for more money for defence, always going to ask for more cash, and obviously that did cause a lot of tensions between the two. Ben Wallace obviously backed Liz Truss as well, so there was that tension in cabinet. Will he look to go for someone, you know, more in his image, who's going to be looking after the pennies? That's a question that he's looking at right now.
Just before we go to the news, another one of your colleagues in a bit of trouble, Tobias Ellwood, chair of the Defence Select Committee, a vote of no confidence in him after he released a video saying the Taliban had transformed Afghanistan. Was that poor judgment?
Look, I spoke to Tobias last night. I think you got that one wrong. But look, I also, you know, want to rail against these absolute pylons when someone makes a mistake. Okay, he clearly got. It's
quite a big mistake if he uses it as a mistake.
He went out there. He's not the first individual to go abroad, see a situation, and perhaps not give it the balance that we would all like, right? But I think he's acknowledged his mistake, and we should, you know, let him get on with it and stop piling in on him, in my view.
All right, well, let's go back to Selby and Ainsty now, briefly before the news, and we will immediately return to the count if we see any movement there. But you can see what looked like the Labour team gathering there, and they've been told that they are probably going to be told the result very shortly by the returning officer after being instructed to file out of the building. But in the meantime, of course, we've had two of the by-election results. A surprise hold for many people for the Conservatives in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Steve Tuckwell, their candidate now, is the Conservative MP, and a stunning victory, as predicted, for Sarah Dyke, who is the new Liberal Democrat MP for Somerton and Frome. But let's catch up with all the latest news with Nikki Schiller.
Thanks, Joe. The Conservatives have held off Labour to retain Boris Johnson's former seat of Uxbridge and South Ruislip by 495 votes, whilst the Liberal Democrats have overturned a Conservative majority of more than 19,000 votes in Somerset. We're still waiting for the result in Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire. So in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, the Tories' winning candidate, Steve Tuckwell, credited the Labour Mayor of London for his win.
Sadiq Khan has lost Labour this election in his... And we know that it was his damaging and costly ULEZ policy that lost them this election. I'm humbled and proud to be elected as the MP for the area in which I was born, raised and built a family in, and to represent my home is a huge honour. The pundits expected Labour to win big here, but our community came together, and I am thankful to them and the hundreds of activists that came out to deliver this message. This wasn't the campaign Labour expected, and Keir Starmer and his Mayor Sadiq Khan need to sit up and listen to the Uxbridge and South Ruislip residents. Thank you.
Our polling expert Sir John Curtis gave us his views on Labour failing to take Uxbridge.
On the Labour side, I think we can see two possible contrary arguments emerging. On the one hand, leadership may well want to say, well, this is a clear warning. If we start talking about increasing spending and increasing taxes, then we are at risk of losing the lead that we have got. On the other hand, others will be saying, well, if frankly enthusiasm for the Labour Party is so thin that a local issue like this could upend what should have been a successful victory campaign, then maybe there are questions to be asked about what Labour are offering. So I can see this adding to the debate that's going on inside the Labour Party about the stance that it should be offering to the electorate.
The Liberal Democrats have taken the seat of Somerton and Frome in Somerset from the Conservatives. Even before the result had been declared, the party had predicted that its candidate Sarah Dyke had won the seat. The Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, called it a stunning victory and showed the party was firmly back in its former West Country stronghold. Sarah Dyke had a victory margin of more than 10,000 votes over the Tory candidate.
Lifelong Conservative voters have today voted Liberal Democrat for the first time. Thank you for putting your trust in me to deliver for you. I will not let you down. And let me say a particular thank you to all those who usually vote Labour or Green, but lent me your votes this time. There is no doubt that our electoral system is broken, but you have shown that the Conservatives can still be beaten under it.
So we are now waiting for just one more seat to declare. That's Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire. So, Jo, it is back to you.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Let's go to Selby and Ainsty and let's see what's happening. Everybody, all the candidates and their agents are waiting with anticipation. So I presume that they have been told what the results are and they're waiting for the returning officer to call them to the stage. 13 candidates in this North Yorkshire seat, vacated by Nigel Adams. Nigel Adams, a huge fan of Boris Johnson, and he quit not long after the former Prime Minister was told by the Privileges Committee that he had repeatedly lied to MPs in Parliament about parties at Downing Street. But Nigel Adams' resignation was quite a surprise for the constituency. Let's have a listen. Right, there's a bit of discussion going on, but I think the candidates are going onto the stage. Again, they will announce them in alphabetical order. Keir Mather for the Labour Party, Claire Holmes for the Conservatives and Matt Walker for the Liberal Democrats. Bit of a squeeze there on the stage for everybody. But I think they've almost got everybody there, so it looks as if we're going to get this result. 4:05.
I, Claire Granger, being the returning officer for the Selby and Ainsty constituency, can now inform you that the count of votes for the election held yesterday, 20th July 2023, has concluded. The total number of votes cast across the constituency was 35,886. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 69. The number of valid votes for each candidate is as follows. Gray, Andrew Philip, 99. Reid, Claire Amanda, commonly known as Holmes, Claire, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,295. Jordan Michael Thomas, commonly known as Jordan Mike, representing the Yorkshire Party, 1,503. Kent David Michael, commonly known as Kent Dave, Reform UK, 1,332. Mather Keir Alexander, Labour Party, 16,456. Palmer Nicholas Stewart Hiley, commonly known as Palmer Nick, Independent, 342. Phoenix Russell Guy, commonly known as Phoenix Guy, Heritage Party, 162. Nichols Graham, commonly known as Stanton Sir Archibald, the official monster raving loony party, 172. Walker Matthew James, commonly known as Walker Matt, Liberal Democrats, 1,188. Warneken Arnold Francis Ignatius, the Green Party, 1,838. Waterston John William, Social Democratic Party, 314. Wellock Luke John, Climate Party, 39. Wilson Tyler Callum, commonly known as Wilson Kerr, Yorkshire Tyke, Councillor Tyler Callum, Independent, 67.
Doing it for Yorkshire.
I hereby declare that Keir Mather is duly elected.
Thank you. Now, I want to begin my time as your MP by being very clear. I understand the enormity of what has just happened. I know what an honour this is, and I am humbled by this opportunity to serve. In this campaign, we have rewritten the rules on where Labour can win. People have opened their doors to us and embraced our positive vision for the future, and thousands of the votes cast yesterday were in Labour's box for the very first time. For those of you who have put your faith in our party, thank you. I don't take it lightly, and I won't let you down. And I don't shy away from the work that's to come. The people of Selby and Ainsty have sent a clear message. For too long, Conservatives up here and in Westminster have failed us. And today that changes. It's time for a fresh start. Thank you to the returning officer, election staff and police for the smooth running of both this election and this count. Your work enables our democracy, and it could not be more important. Thank you also to my agent, Scott, and of course the hundreds of Labour campaigners who have made this victory possible. Your enthusiasm and your dedication have made history. I have been so proud to campaign alongside you. And I want to say a special thank you to my partner Ewan for all his help and support, and to my family for everything that they've done. Over the past few months, speaking to hundreds of people on the doorstep, I've encountered so much hardship. Hardship made worse by 13 years of negligence and complacency from the Conservatives. Today, that changes. The people of Selby and Ainsty have made it clear. They deserve public services that work and a thriving local economy. They deserve urgent support in the cost of living crisis, flood defences to protect our communities, and an NHS that's fit for the future. Public transport that connects us, more police on our streets, and action to protect our beautiful countryside and rivers. That's what we want, and that's why I'm here. And in a year's time, I believe we will be on the precipice of a Labour government. A mission-driven Labour government to transform the country, make fairer choices and empower communities across our region. Today, we have made history so that tomorrow will be a fresh start for the people of Selby and Ainsty. Thank you for giving me this chance to listen, to serve and to fight our corner. I can't wait to get started. Thank you.
Well, a victory for Labour in Selby and Ainsty. We've just heard from their new MP. He'll be the youngest, I think, MP at 25. Keir Mather. 2 Keirs in the parliamentary party in Labour. You must be delighted, Jonathan.
Well, I mean, that is a breathtaking result of historic proportions, and it is Tory voters in rural northern England directly switching to the Labour Party. So that is a hugely significant result. But, you know, I can't hide my pleasure at that. Obviously, that's a hugely significant part of this evening. But I will also take, you know, some humility from that as well. I mean, I don't want anyone to think we look at a result like this and think, right, nothing more for us to do. Of course, you know, there's more to do to make sure that translates to that general election success that we all want to see. But as a contest, as a result, to win in a place like that with a majority like that, I think is a sensational result. And I think, going back to our comments at the start of the evening, you know, what's ambitious for me would be a government that is committed to, you know, policies allow people to own their own home, to have a good job, to have a bit of family life. And that's what the Labour Party is about these days. And I think sometimes that's underestimated, but when you see the result, how the public have responded to that in a contest like that, incredible.
Right, let's welcome Richard Holden, Transport Minister for the Conservative government. I mean, Labour have just overturned a 20,000 plus majority in a part of the country that is not recently traditional Labour heartland or Labour territory. That is a pretty strong message being sent to Rishi Sunak and the Conservatives that the people of Selby and Ainsty, they've had enough.
I think, you know, we've got to see every by-election in context. And first of all, you know, I was out on the ground in Selby multiple times. I know some of my colleagues, a lot of volunteers from across the north of England for the Conservatives spent a huge amount of time there. So
sure.
I'd like to pay tribute to the work.
But you lost,
of
course, I understand that. But you lost, and you lost significantly. I mean, overturning that majority, it's a historic win for the Labour Party, even in terms of by-elections. And it was said that they needed a 17.9% swing. Well, they've done that. I mean, that would definitely look like a majority if that were replicated in other parts of the country in a general election next year.
I would say that this is a by-election as well, and there are specific local factors. I think we can see from the results across the 3 results tonight that there are very different results playing out in different parts of the country with very different local factors. But I think people in Selby and Ainsty, I think we have to do to get better at ensuring that we get our message across and get a right to be heard again.
What message? What message do you need to get across in order to convince voters?
Well, I think relentlessly focusing on the issues which really matter to them, which align with the 5 priorities the Prime Minister's put forwards, are absolutely essential. It's the same thing which comes up in my constituency, which I'll be getting a train to in not very long, which really revolve around cost of living, jobs and the economy, and particularly stopping the boats and starting to reduce waiting lists. I think we have to deliver on those for a right to be heard by some voters across the country.
Well,
again.
Natasha, you said this might be the result that you felt would perhaps be the strongest indicator in terms of the state of the parties and the state of the government. What do you think now?
Yeah, no, I still believe that, and I still think, you know, I think ULEZ was more of a local issue in Uxbridge, and obviously we saw that in such the close result. Obviously, we do know we've got to take it all with a pinch of salt. We do know that people vote very differently in by-elections to how they do in a general election.
Yeah.
But this is a clear message coming for the government, a clear win for Keir Starmer. Nobody can deny that. So this is going to, you know, Rishi Sunak needs to be looking at this and needs to be listening. I think it was one of our guests earlier said, you know, we're going to be listening to the result and And
Yeah,
you know,
well,
what are they going to do? What is that message going to be in order to combat that message?
What needs to change? What should Rishi Sunak do?
I think we've got to get the delivery right on the priorities. Now we've started to see inflation moving, but you know, families in my constituency are still feeling those issues at home. Yes, obviously international issues have hugely played into that, but we need to get on top of that. We need to ensure that the waiting lists are falling, and we get the legislation. We've only had royal assent in the last 24 hours for the immigration bill, but people want to see those things changing on the ground.
Are you disappointed that the Rishi Sunak effect obviously hasn't come into force here in Selby and Ainsty? He promised a different type of government. He promised he would get things done, and it hasn't worked here. And the polls are showing that 20-point lead for Labour. I mean, that is sort of represented in this result for tonight. Well, and therefore, Rishi Sunak's going to have to do something, isn't he, to address this?
I think this is a by-election. You know, I've been up there on the ground. I've certainly not seen Keir on any of Keir Starmer, that is. I did see Keir Mayor, but not Keir Starmer on any of Labour's leaflets on the ground. I think this is, you know, we've got specific local factors going on here. You know, some issues around Drax, I know, were raised with me when I was out on the doorstep as well.
All right.
So I think, you know, we've got to see it in that context.
All right, let's talk to the new MP for Selby and Ainsty, Keir Mather. Congratulations to you. I hope you can hear me there. You're making me feel very old, actually, looking at you, so youthful, going into Parliament. What life experiences at the tender age of 25 can you bring to Parliament?
Sure, well, my life experience is very similar to a lot of the constituents who I'm now extremely proud to serve. I grew up in a rural village. I know what it's like when your bus doesn't show up, when you can't get the GP services you need, when you struggle to access local services, and that's something that I'm really looking forward to cracking on with from day one as the MP for this seat.
Right, and in terms of Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, we've just been discussing here the enthusiasm or not for the Labour leader. Were constituents saying to you, we're voting for you, Keir Mather, because we really, really love Keir Starmer?
They were voting Labour because they know that under Keir Starmer's leadership, we've got an actual mission-driven plan to achieve some of the things that matter to the most. And in this by-election, I was extremely proud to stand on a local plan to help support residents through the cost of living crisis, make a local NHS fit for the future. People know that Labour MPs have this record of delivery, and if they have a hard-working Labour MP in their seat, they can get the sort of change that they need. And I'm just extremely proud that voters in Selby and Ainsty have given our programme this ringing endorsement in this by-election.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that your namesake Keir Starmer has put out a comment really quickly as a result. He says this is a historic result that shows the people are looking at Labour and seeing a changed party that is focused entirely on the priorities of working people with an ambitious, practical plan to deliver. Keir Mather will be a fantastic MP who will deliver the fresh start Selby and Ainsty deserves. What's the first thing you're going to do?
My absolute number one priority is supporting local residents through the cost of living crisis.
How?
Whether in towns or villages across this constituency, people's mortgages are through their roof, their energy bills are unsustainable, they need support from day one. So I'll be setting up financial support hubs so people can access expert advice to get the support that they need.
Right, but I mean, there isn't anything you can directly do to help people with cost of living. Setting up support hubs is one thing, but there isn't anything you can do directly.
Well, in the long term, Labour has a plan through GB Energy which will knock £1,400 off people's energy bills here in Selby and Ainsty. And under the economic stewardship that Rachel Reeves offers, we hope to get interest rates and mortgage rates down in the long term. But it doesn't mean that a Labour MP can't show up from day one and put in a real dedicated effort to give local residents the support they need.
Keir Mather, thank you very much, and congratulations again on becoming the Labour MP for Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire. Well, John Curtis, one by-election result each per party. Is this the one that might give us the best indicator of perhaps the state of the parties or not?
Well, it's certainly a by-election result that will give the Conservatives reason to temper whatever celebrations they might have had in the wake of the Uxbridge result earlier this evening. The swing is nearly 24% from Conservative to Labour. I make that the second biggest swing ever. in a parliamentary by-election from Conservative to Labour. And when was the last time that the Labour Party was recording a performance on that kind of scale? Well, it was the 1992 to 97 Parliament that did not end happily for the Conservatives. And certainly if you put together what was a 26-point drop in the Conservative vote in Selby, together with a 29% drop in Somerton, yes, the Conservatives managed to stem the outgoing tide from which they are seemingly suffering in Uxbridge. But it seems to me that there's little gainsaying the fact that the tide is still a long way out for the Conservatives, and they still have an awful long way to go before they look as though they might have a chance of being able to retain power after the next general election.
Now, obviously, we're focused on these by-elections this evening, but just briefly, we could have a couple of others coming down the track which could cause further headaches for Rishi Sunak.
Yes, we could indeed. One of them, of course, is in Tamworth, which in a previous guise as South East Staffordshire was also a by-election before the 97 general election in which the Labour Party secured a swing of over 20%, but not quite on the scale that we've seen in Selby. So there is form there, although the interesting thing particularly about that constituency is that it's one which voted very heavily for leave in 2016 and therefore will present a real challenge to Labour's ability to reconnect with leave voting areas. Meanwhile, of course, we're waiting to see whether or not Ms Dorries is indeed going to resign her seat. There, what the Conservatives must be hoping for is that it's pretty clear that both Labour and the Liberal Democrats fancy their chances. And one of the things we've seen tonight, we've seen the Liberal Democrat vote fall in Uxbridge, fall in Selby, the Labour vote fall in Somerton. Very clear evidence of opposition voters being willing to vote tactically for the party that seems best able to defeat the Conservatives locally, and that's another bad message for the Conservatives. But given that that is one of the foundations of Labour's success in Selby and the Liberal Democrats' success in Somerton, if in the end it isn't clear who is the principal challenger to the Conservative mid-Bedfordshire, that might make it easier for the Conservatives to hang on to that seat.
John Curtis, thank you very much for keeping us all company this evening with your expert analysis. Now we have all three results in. Let's come back to the panel. Richard Holden, you've come on for this final hour, and actually that result in Selby and Ainsty, that swing, that 24% swing from the Conservatives to Labour, a 29% swing from Conservatives to the Liberal Democrats in Somerton and Frome. You held Uxbridge and South Ruislip, but there was still a 6.7% swing for Labour. Are you worried now that the next election is lost?
Well, they're very mixed results. Big variety of local factors at play there. You know, earlier tonight, I think people would have thought that Uxbridge was perhaps the most vulnerable of all of those seats. So clearly quite different results in different areas. I think it's quite clear we now need to absolutely have a laser-like focus on the people's priorities, which are the Prime Minister's priorities, and those are mostly around the economy, around inflation, around growth, around ensuring debt's under control, because I think only by delivering on those priorities will the people really give us a hearing.
And if you don't deliver on them, you admit you'll probably lose.
We are going to focus on them, and we're going to deliver on them, because that's the only way we stand a
Do you think a
chance
reshuffle is necessary now, sooner rather than later?
That's not really for me to determine. But what I would say is that we have to show real leadership on those priorities, and that's across the party. This is about delivering for the people, and particularly ensuring we get inflation under control.
It's a stunning victory, Jonathan, for the Labour Party in Selby and Ainsty, but it's disappointing in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Would you accept by-elections are by their very nature they are special events in the parliamentary electoral calendar. They aren't necessarily a good or solid indicator of what will happen at a general election.
Well, they're the closest we have, but they're not everything. I mean, that is just an incredible result. Just seeing it in front of us on the monitors, it's scarcely believable. And of course, it's a good example actually of a seat as well where the boundaries then change, and actually it's a strong position for us now to be in for the next election as well. But look, we will take heart from this. It's a validation, I think, of the tremendous change in the Labour Party since 2019 to bring us back to the absolute heart and mainstream of representing working people in this country, where we always should have been. We had a very difficult few years. We're back where we need to be, but there'll be not a shred of complacency with that. We know there will always be more to do to make sure we get the result of the general election that we need to give this country the fresh start that it needs. But we can take heart from this.
Munira, again, a stunning result for the Liberal Democrat, now MP, Sarah Dyke, in Somerton and Frome. But again, these are by-elections, and the Liberal Democrats particularly do well in the by-elections that they really target. It doesn't mean that it's going to be replicated in any way when your polling is still 11% nationally.
Well, we've had this is the fourth massive by-election victory in this Parliament, but also, I mean, you keep talking about the polls. I would point you to other elections. The local elections, we polled 20% in the local elections earlier this year. We took seats across the country from both Labour and the Conservatives, I should point out, whether that was in Yorkshire, in Hertfordshire, Surrey, down in Devon. So right across the country, we're gaining seats, and that's all part of a pattern. And we know that for the Liberal Democrats, having that strong local government base is key to winning seats at a general election. So I think it does show a really good trajectory where we're winning, not just across the Blue Wall, but parts of the West Country. And as I say, up in places like Hull against the Labour Party, we're really making gains.
Keir Mather has won in Selby and Ainsty. Keir Starmer, obviously delighted. But would you admit it's not a vote of confidence specifically in his appeal? It's more about the Labour Party generally.
I think that clearly the vote in Uxbridge was a ULEZ vote. I think that Johnny's made that case tonight. And as Natasha kept saying, this felt like more of a national result in Selby. And I think that the criticism that we've heard about Keir Starmer over and over again, we've even heard it tonight, is there's little enthusiasm for Keir Starmer in the country. And people have been saying, well, why is he not achieving results like Tony Blair did in the run-up to 1997? But that is exactly the sort of result that Tony Blair got in the run-up to 1997.
Something for the Tories to worry about and Rishi Sunak to think about tomorrow morning, or rather later this morning.
It is. Obviously, even if we take the two results that we've got at face value, swing of 7% in Uxbridge and swing of 24%, you know, Labour will be pretty delighted if they get anywhere between those two in a general election. So I think it has got to be, you know, where we look at that and sort of how we compare those two. Obviously, we can't take these by-elections as exactly what people would vote in a general election. But like I say, it's a good result for Labour tonight. You know, they've obviously shown that they can do something, even if it is because people are tired of the Tory party and not coming out to vote, as the Tories did fear. Even if it is because of that, it is a good result for Labour. You can't deny that.
Just very briefly, when's the next election going to be, do you think? Next spring or next autumn?
I have no idea.
But when do you think it should be?
I want to see us having really had the chance to deliver on those priorities the Prime Minister's laid out, particularly the pledges made around halving inflation with the year and getting growth back going.
They've already been on a few times.
That's fundamental.
All right, well, let's
before people will give us a hearing in a general election.
All right, well, let's stick with the election results tonight, because it has been fascinating and unexpected to some extent, because the Conservatives have held the North West London seat of Uxbridge and South Ruislip. The Liberal Democrats, as predicted, have overturned a huge majority to win in Somerton and Frome in Somerset. And we have just heard in the last half an hour in Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire, a pretty historic victory for the Labour Party and the youngest MP going into Parliament. Thank you to all of my guests for keeping me company here this evening into the wee hours, as they would say at 4:30. You can get more reaction and analysis on BBC Breakfast coming up, and not too far away actually now, and I will be back at 12:15 later on today for more Politics Live from all of us here. Good night.